is 2 inches, I believe, the replacement of it. Why are we down to 1-inch caliber for removal? Should we match that up?
So a couple things again for the community is we reduced the tree size to 10 inches for protected trees, so we have smaller trees. These are existing trees we're protecting.
Right.
So you need to do this fee, or as Sylvia touched on, if you take out an 8-inch, 10-inch caliber tree, which is gonna be a protected tree, you can replant 5 2-inch trees or 3. As long as you replace those inches, the 2-inch was just the minimum size to plant. You can plant something bigger and get more inches. You're gonna go plant another 10-inch tree, as long as you meet the inches for inches.
We came to 2 inches. We came to 2 inches because it's a
did
better
that.
survival rate for that tree.
I know we do that, that's not the issue.
So-
The issue is that 1-inch caliber, you can get the scrub stuff. but you
Well,
can't
no,
size
no, no, no.
scrubs.
So remember, this is $250 per 1-inch caliber that they take out. So if they take out a 12-inch caliber tree, it's $250 times 12 for that tree. And so for the folks in the audience, last planning commission meeting, we approved a 10-inch minimum, which is what the local government code says. Our code used to say 13 inches, only trees 13 inches and above were protected. We're now following the state standard of 10-inch trees. And again, this is really, it's not meant to be punitive to the residents, it's meant to be punitive to new development who doesn't come in and get a permit and they want to clear cut the lot.
Do you think this is actually to stop the developers? Go just pay that. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Is this the same group that, is this the same group that does building permits? Just put a damn red tag on the permit, because time is money. Drag it out as long as you can and make them pay for it by not allowing them to continue to build until they conform. Because the developers that I know, this is chump change. This is nothing. They don't even care about this, so. They cut those trees down and pay the fine and get on with their development.
There is a stop work order, that's placed.
Good.
And then we withhold certificate of occupancy. They can't even get their utilities turned on, they can't move in, they can't do anything until they take care of what they need to take care of.
And adding to what Sue was saying, also part of this public education, y'all as citizens see these issues happening on the weekends. When y'all see these issues happening, you know, we're not here at night and weekends, but when y'all see these happening, you call the police department, they'll contact us, well, as Sylvia said, to stop work on the project.
All right, so we have one more person who wishes to speak on this, and that's Cecilia Serna.
Cecilia Serna, 1104 Hill Street. I just wanted to comment on what one of the residents is saying in the audience that I don't think we really got a clear answer. Yes or no on the penalties if they differ for developers versus residents. Now, I think it should be amended so that that's the case. Developers have tons of money, residents don't. Yes, they should follow the same rules, but the penalties should not be the same. Developers have money. $1 million to Pearl River, I'm sure was nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, if we have no further comments, I'm going to close the public hearing. Oh, do we have any more? I can open it back up, it's fine, but not trying to be fast with it. Okay, we have someone in the back, so it's back open. My apologies. Hey, I want to make sure everyone gets their things out. Thank
What
you.
happens to the money that's collected, I'm sorry, what happens to the, my name's Robin Payson, I live at 1704 Wilson Street. Been here 37 years, and I'd like to know what happens to the money that's collected to the city? Where does it go?
It goes into a tree enrichment fund and it's spent to put trees back, whether it's a park, whether it's a right-of-way, whether it's any one of the public spaces.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay. We have another.
I
just want to say I'm really happy about this tree protection. I'm going to talk about it in a little bit on an agenda item, but the reason is, in 2021, the developer hopped my lock fence and tagged a pecan tree in my front yard that is a heritage tree and is over 100 years old. I guess for removal. It ties in with a 56-foot wide street I'll be talking about later. They, as a matter of fact, they tagged all of my trees down the road.
All right, thank you. Do we have anyone else? All right, I am going to close the public hearing. Thank you. All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a couple concerns with where we're going with the ordinance as it stands right now. I was very excited when we first started working on this because it seemed to me that the goal was to absolutely prevent a developer from pulling the same stunt that was pulled at Pearl River. And we were pursuing some rather stiff civil penalties and criminal penalties. The staff was kind enough to provide me with a statute from Keller, Texas, which provides for criminal penalties, Class C misdemeanors. Now, we've adjusted some of the fees here in terms of Keller per inch, but for bad actors, we haven't changed anything with where we're going right now. There is nothing here that I can see that is going to prevent a repeat of Pearl River. Now, I understand that civil penalties are controlled by state law, and I understand, I appreciate that. But I do have a question of the staff on this, that it was represented that the fine is $1,000 per day. And my question is, and I have chapter 54 of the state code right in front of me, how do we know that we can fine a developer $1,000 per tree per day, or whether that is an absolute $1,000 per day period? Because that's a huge difference right there. So that's question number one. And then my second point is that there are cities in Texas that have criminal penalties for these type of acts. And we need to ensure that the city has that in their toolbox. To have gone through all of this, and you can tell I feel very, very strongly about this, to have gone through all of this and to not have the tools in our toolbox to prevent this from ever happening again is, quite frankly, a pointless exercise that we've engaged in then. We're not going to prevent another Pearl River with the tools we have right now. Thank you. Thank you.
So I'll address the first part of that is, how do we know it's not gonna happen again? And the answer is, I don't know it's not gonna happen again. What I do know is our process has been revamped. When they submit, they can't even get past go. Pearl River came under when this ordinance was fairly new. Staff was inexperienced at it and just didn't do it. Now, that doesn't excuse the developer. They showed it on their site development plan. They knew what they needed to do. And it happened over a weekend, and really, we found out because they were doing illegal burning. So I can't tell you that it won't happen again. The goal is when somebody comes in for a pre-development meeting with us, and we do this now, when somebody comes in just to even talk about an idea on a development, we make sure there are a couple of things that they absolutely know about, and one of those is trees. So there's no getting past go, there's no getting past submittal without you understanding that you're gonna face some pretty stiff penalties. For a developer that's in a hurry, there's no in a hurry because we can stop the project pretty much early on. And time is money, and the interest monster is always hungry. I can tell you the desperate pleas that I get from folks on the phone who want to avoid this, they want to avoid a bond, they want to build it to this, they want to build it to that. And our answer is always no, because if you don't pay it, it's going to be on the backs of the residents. So I don't have a crystal ball to tell you it won't happen again. What I will tell you is we have better processes in place where we can prevent it as much as it can.
I appreciate the city manager providing us with that. So I do have a question, and this might help clear up some confusion here. Sylvia, can you walk us through how Pearl River was able to cut down all those trees, the developer, and at what stage they cut down all those trees? Where were we in the permitting process when that happened? If you would do that, please, I think that'd be very helpful.
So there are probably 3 major development processes. The first one is a site review permit. And you gotta go through and be able to tell us that you can drain the property, you gotta be able to tell us what trees are on the property, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then there is a, further, we're testing the drainage, we're testing all of that information out. Then we get into some of the more serious utility issues, what can connect, what doesn't connect, what sizing, we get into some of the engineering before we even get to a building permit stage. The tree mitigation piece, in this proposed ordinance, moves it up. You cannot get through your site development process without your tree survey by an arborist and us verifying that the trees you say are not viable are truly not viable. When Pearl River came in, that tree process was moved over into beyond into the utilities, between the utilities and the building permit process. So Pearl River had a quote-unquote approved site process where they had submitted a tree survey, they were identified, but as far as they were concerned, they had an approved site development process. They themselves went and cleared the trees, even though we had a site that said, you cannot do this. Their site permit, quote-unquote approved, they saw that as Katie barred the door and let's go. So can't do that now. It's moved way up front. Everybody understands, they sign on the dotted line, and we will withhold the rest of that process. That means no engineering, that means no utility connections, and it certainly means you're not even gonna be able to go vertical, because it'll be tied up.
Why didn't we have the option of holding up the development process when they cut down the trees?
At the time, I wanna just tell you, I'm not real sure why we didn't stop them. We saw the Ranger truck come. We know that when Ranger shows up on a site, it's going to be clear cut. And they did it over a weekend. And Andres is reminding me, they were also issued a site disturbance permit, which is not what it sounds. A site disturbance permit means I'm going to go check the dirt, I'm gonna go check to see what kind of geological conditions I have on the site. I may have to take 1 or 2 trees out to be able to check this particular area where this foundation pad is going to go, and they took that disturbance permit to a whole new level.
So they could have been stopped, but there was a decision not to stop them, is that correct?
No, the decision came after they had already been cleared. I mean, it didn't take them very long to make that clearing. So when we stare, so here's the thing with Pearl River, we're staring at a site development plan that's approved, that shows buildings all over the site, and it clearly shows trees gone. But there's also behind that layer a tree survey that shows the big trees that they should have attempted to save. And we should have, this was third party where it was out, we should have said, try to move this building around, let's try to save that tree, articulate this building here, let's try to save that tree. That didn't happen.
I guess that kind of highlights my concerns, because it appears that there were some tools in place to keep them from going forward, and they made a decision to roll the dice and cut the trees down because they had some confidence, for whatever reason, that they'd still be able to go forward. So I'm not sure what we're gaining, first of all, with the civil penalties we have now. That's nothing new. Those are civil penalties. They're already available to the city. So I think that is very important to understand. We have not raised the penalties for bad actors here. We have nothing that we're doing that's raising the penalties. The other thing is, I think that anyone who's concerned about stopping this again wants to have all the tools in their toolbox available. It doesn't mean you have to use them. It means that you have that camera available. I want to emphasize, I think most developers try to be honest and do things honorably. But what we've all seen over time is that money very often controls the motives and agendas, at least of some business people and some developers. And the depths that they will go to make a buck cannot be underestimated. And I say again, it's important that the city have on the books all the tools available, which would include criminal penalties. And there are other jurisdictions in this state that have those criminal penalties available. So one of the things we could certainly do before we go off and pass an ordinance that hasn't increased our powers to stop this is to check with jurisdictions that have these penalties on the books and to see how they've used them and how effective they've been. And then see how we can integrate them into our city and our toolbox so this never happens again.
So, Commissioner, if I could make this recommendation, because this is a recommending body, you're not approving the ordinance per se, is we take whatever maximum that this commission wants to do, and you send this to city council with the recommendation that criminal penalties be included. Because we've been bouncing this around for a few months now, and if somebody comes in and is a bad actor, right now, the fees and fines are a lot less than what we're proposing today. So if the commission certainly wants to do that, I mean, I think I've heard a couple of things. I think I've heard we want to go to $400 a caliber inch, we want to go to less for residences, and we perhaps want to pursue a criminal penalty. If that's the recommendation of the board, then those are the recommendations you make to the city council, and the city council will take those under advisement and tell us to go one way or the other.
And one other thing, I think it's absolutely important that when this goes to the city council have some authoritative opinion that states that it's the civil penalties are $1,000 per day per tree, and not just $1,000 per day.
I've got an issue with that.
Okay, wait.
Just think about this for a minute.
Commissioner, we have some, Commissioner Parsons.
I'll let him go first. And
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Quick question for you. This $150 per caliber, going to $250 now, it's all the way up to $400. We're gonna price ourselves out of the market possibly, with the developers and things like that. Is there a norm for this? Are the cities around, say Buda,
Yeah,
anybody else in that area?
No, again, this is a penalty. This is for those developers, this is for folks who aren't following the rules.
Understand?
Thank you. That's just the
But
biggest
is there
thing.
any,
If they don't follow the rules, then these things are applied. If you come in.
I know that, the
and
question
work
is,
out.
does other ordinances ever, in different cities, do they have this?
we talked about it, and there's some that have higher and some that have lower.
What's the
Yes.
average, does anybody know?
I don't know.
I don't know.
We talked about it, there's different variations of the fines, right? And we can assess that ourselves, we can levy whatever we want, right? I think at the end of it, to what Commissioner Toth is talking about, and everyone else is concerned, like there needs to be stiff penalties so people don't come in and just say, well, I got enough money, I can handle it, right? We need to make it hurt, and make them feel it and respect our town. And also, the thing is if they don't apply or follow the rules that are put out there, these are the things that happen. But if you come in and you discuss and you have your plan and you talk about everything, be it a resident or a developer, from what we're trying to put together here, things will work out and we'll be able to come up with a plan for everyone so that things will work out smooth. Yes, sir.
I would like to just inject one common sense contribution to this process. Tree protection that's reduced to a developer's cost of doing business is no tree protection at all.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Commissioner Parsons.
Sylvia, what was the lawyer's reasoning behind no criminal action? Well, I'm just curious.
I don't have a reason, that's what he recommended.
Okay, he just said that that's a bad idea. Okay, but he didn't tell us why.
No.
Okay.
All right, commissioners. Oh, we have Commissioner Estes. Oh, we have hands, I'm sorry, I'm looking down. Okay, we have several comments. Can we, okay, wait, real quick.
Hi,
Can I-
I'm Gina from Riverside Grove. Now that the damage is done, I agree with the gentleman in the blue shirt, first of all. But now that the damage is done, what, if any, procedures are in place to replace the trees? Once this developer finally gets going and does his thing, what kind of procedure protocol is in place to replace some of those trees that have been destroyed in the process? Is there something binding for this developer that he has to, or she has to replace a certain amount of trees when you take trees down? Thank you.
So.
Yes, yes. So that was part of the fine, the number of caliber inches they have to put back. The way our current ordinance reads is, they may have paid a fine of almost $1 million, but they get 300 plus of that back to plant trees on the very property that they took away. So some of this is cleanup language, some of that is amending that, so the fine is the fine is the fine. They have an approved site, so I gotta back up a little bit too, because you asked the question, Commissioner, about how did this plan happen and how did they believe they were going to do that? Pearl River, prior to me, had what we call an approved neighborhood regulating plan. They had an approved site plan, they had pictures, it had colors on what they were going to do. That was approved at the Planning Commission level, and that was approved at the City Council level. Nobody at either one of those points said, hey, how many trees are gonna come down? That's a lot of trees there. So when you're Pearl River and you say, oh, I've got an approved site plan, they know what's going there. So I want to clear them earlier. And we said, no, not quite. Because again, those are just concept schemes. It's a concept. Nobody's married to any of those things. We still have to go through the drainage. We still have to go through the utilities. We still have to go through all of that. That neighborhood regulating plan is a new animal to Bastrop under this code. Those are some of the things we're trying to unravel. What's actually standard in the rest of the world and how this code is written that allows certain things to go through. And, to the point of how many meetings have we had, my goodness, revamping this B3 code. We've had several meetings in this very room. I think Mayor Nelson presided over one of them. I know Mayor Schrader did for sure. So we've had consistent meetings since 2020 trying to get people to understand what this code has actually done to Bastrop and what it still has the potential to do to Bastrop. And that's not a good thing.
All right, thank you. Real quick, everyone. So we want to make sure that we're sticking to our procedure. So once we do close the public hearing, unfortunately, I cannot take the public comments again because we've closed it and we begin our conversation up here. So if you do have something that you would like to speak about, please, for those agenda items, go over there so I can make sure that I get your comments, that we can hear what you have to say, and you're not overlooked or forgot about. So, thank you.
Okay, I have a question about the $1,000 a day. It says on here with a maximum amount of $1,000 a day. Let's make sure we're clear on that. That is any work that is done during that day that harmed a tree is a $1,000 penalty. Is that correct? No, I'm asking.
$1,000 a day per tree.
But I think we need to clarify that
That's
because,
what I'm saying. We need
Right.
clarity on that.
Okay, it doesn't say that.
Okay, so we can
Yes, make the
come up with a
recommendation.
motion or
Please.
recommendation
Okay.
for what we would like.
Well, what I would like, I'd like $400 per caliber inch for any tree that's over the maximum minimum 10 inches, okay? So that means a tree's gonna cost somebody $4,000 to cut down, is that correct? If it's 10
Correct.
inches? Okay. And then $1,000 a day, so now then I don't understand the per
So
tree.
it's an immediate $2,000 fine, and then it's $1,000 a day per tree for every day that tree is not replaced.
So give us an example.
A 10-inch caliper tree that was cut down without permission, without a permit, is gonna cost you a fine of $2,000, plus the tree itself is $4,000, plus $1,000 for every day that you don't replace the tree.
So local government code
Right.
allows for you to place a value per violation of the ordinance. So every time they cut down a tree, that's a violation of the ordinance, so it would be based on per tree.
Right. And the reason I ask those questions is because I want to make sure that you guys understand it, because if I didn't understand it, I'm sure half of you didn't understand it either.
When you say local government code, by the way, allows it to be per violation, can we, if not at this meeting, at the next, can we have the authority for that, please? So where in the enabling statutes at the state level does it allow that $1,000 to be interpreted per violation as opposed to the violation just counts in one big fell swoop for the entire day? Make sense?
Can you read that statute?
Yeah, I can read the statute.
Well, just the citation.
Oh, it's 54.017 civil penalty, A2.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, B.
B. Okay. So as an example for a 10-inch caliper tree that was chopped down on Monday, let's say Monday. 10-inch caliper tree, that fine's gonna be $2,000, that tree's gonna be $4,000 to replace. If they don't replace that tree until Friday, that is 6, 7 for Tuesday, 8 for Wednesday, 9 for Thursday. So at Thursday night, they have a $9,000 fine for a 10-inch tree.
So Pearl River right now, are they adding up?
Pearl River had a fine, they paid the fine.
But they're going to be planting trees to, right?
They're gonna be planting trees, yes, to replace.
Okay.
And where they can't plant trees, we keep the dollars in the enrichment fund, which, by the way, is the next agenda item.
We're going to be having a meeting again next
Yes.
Monday for this same thing, right?
Yes.
Okay, so my suggestion is that we go to, they have $2,000 one-time fee, $1,000 per day until things are replaced, for but $400 per inch for a 10-inch minimum tree, and if needed, a criminal penalty. Now, that's the reason I say that is that the innocent person in the city cuts down an almost dead pecan tree, someone's going to turn them in. Someone's going to turn them in for cutting that tree down. It's not fair to that homeowner that they have to go to jail or a criminal penalty for that. Please remember, everybody, the city has an arborist on staff, a tree person. Can you believe a city is paying for a tree person? That's amazing.
He does other things too.
Call the city and say, can I cut my tree down? That's all you gotta do. And he'll come to your house and he'll say, yep, that's a trash tree. You can cut that one down. Or no, this one's still alive. You can't cut it down yet. Protect yourselves, citizens. That's what I'm telling you to do. Protect yourselves. But anyway, that's my suggestion for $400 per caliper inch, $1,000 a day, $2,000, and criminal penalty if necessary. And that would leave that up to the city lawyers for that.
And just because you have a criminal penalty, I want to emphasize this, doesn't mean you have to use it. Matter of fact, the preference would be that you don't have to, but in terms of developers, it gives you that hand you can hold over somebody's head. Well, I've got 54 in reference was just mentioned by the individual from the city attorney's office. I've got section 54017 B, or actually 2B in front of me. And it does say a civil penalty under this section may not exceed $1,000 a day for a violation of an ordinance. But I can tell you that a lawyer could probably make a pretty good argument that if they're Pearl River or somebody like Pearl River, that $1,000 is for the entire violation. There's one violation and it was taking down all the trees. So I say again, we need some authoritative opinion, whether it's from the Attorney General, whether it's from somebody from the Texas Associations of Towns and Cities or whatever the equivalent is, that can give us an example for why that is $1,000 per tree as opposed to one overall violation. So it really gets down to how you're defining violation. And it's not as easy as it sounds.
All right, thank you, commissioners. All right. Commissioner
So
Alpert.
what do we hear from our attorney over here?
That was the question that I had about the civil penalties actually in the state of Texas. That's it? $1,000? Can we create any of our own?
It's $1,000 per violation, but we'll have some attorney general opinions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioners, anyone? All right, so Commissioner Estes has
No,
something,
ma'am.
but,
I would like a recommendation so that we can bring it back to you.
right, Commissioner Estes has a recommendation, I believe.
And if you guys don't agree with me here at the table, please let me know. So my recommendation is to make modifications to our current section 54.017 to 400 per caliper inch over the 10-inch minimum, at $1,000 per day per tree, the one-time $2,000 one-time fee, and then civil penalty at the ready if the city needs it.
Criminal penalty.
Criminal penalty if the city deems fit, giving the city, you know. So that's my recommendation.
I second.
All right. That work? Okay. Anyone else? All right. Ms. Alondra? So, okay, I understand we have the questions, y'all, like, I have a certain procedure. I'll take the question. What question do you have? Yes, sir.
Just city limits.
Just within the city limits.
Where's all the development taking place?
ETJ.
Thank you.
That's right.
We are hamstrung, and as much as I would love to do that, we're hamstrung by Austin and the local government code as to where we can enforce. The only thing I can enforce in the ETJ are signs and drainage and lighting, if you can believe that.
Well, we can approve. Somebody else gonna have to make that motion. Because I've already made a motion.
So, and Parsons seconded.
So,
I think there's a lot of confusion, Chair, on this
Yes.
topic, and I think that there's a lot that we need to speak about. And I know that next week, when the Planning and Zoning Commission meets next Monday at the same time in the same location, that we should table this discussion until next Monday to be able to allow the city to get more information presented to us so that we can make a more educated decision and recommendation to City Council.
sounds good. I think that'll help ease some work.
Commissioner, this is a workshop, simply a recommendation. If we table it again and again, we're gonna be in a position with no fees or fines.
Okay.
And there's already a motion on the table.
Yes.
Right.
So we
Well,
need to complete that motion. and
Okay.
that bill.
well,
So, this is
Doc
not-
came to talk to me, so I.
So, just to clarify for everybody, so this is a workshop. We are taking recommendations. The recommendations that the planning commission gives us tonight, staff will go back and work. We'll go back and talk to the state attorney about the criminal. We'll go back and reword all of the gobbledygook that you saw on the screen to match what the planning commission has said. If next week the planning commission changes their mind, we'll do that again. But we have been down this process for a very, very long time, and we're not getting a whole lot done.
No, I think we just want to be sure we get it right.
Okay, so we can't move forward with the recommendation,
Let me
correct?
ask-
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Sylvia, what you're saying that if if we table it tonight, we're just prolonging the agony. What you're asking us to do is to make recommendations that we've been discussing so that the staff can go back, prepare another document that you will bring back to us next week that we will then vote on.
Correct.
Okay.
That works for you, Commissioner Parsons? Does that work for everyone else? Okay, so we can move forward with the recommendation.
What about the motion?
Motion, sorry. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name is Joe Gates, and I just want to make.
Can we give him a mic, please? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joe Grady Tuck, and I just have a comment about the aspect of the possible criminal sanctions. I was an elected district attorney for many years of a 6-county district and prosecuted many hundreds of cases. I can tell you, I don't know who said don't do a criminal sanction, but I agree with that recommendation, and here's why. First of all, the burden of proof for a criminal case is beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's a lot harder than counting trees and adding up penalties per tree. You would have to, in your complaint, you would have to identify the tree. You'd have to, have a specific tree to charge on, or perhaps a group of trees, because the criminal charging document has to be extremely specific, in addition to the burden of proof. And then the other thing is that the maximum penalty for Class C misdemeanor is $500 plus court costs, and that pales compared to the fines that y'all are talking about for the civil penalties. So I would agree with whoever recommended that you not do criminal, not because I want to give anybody a break, just because it's just not a practical remedy for for taking down a bunch of trees. And then you have the additional problem if you tried to apply this to the Pearl River situation. The trees are cut down, so how do you, there's an absence of proof. They probably hauled off the trees after they cut them down, so it would be it'd be a difficult task to plead and prove the criminal allegation, and for what? So you have a $500 fine, at the end. So anyway, that's my comment.
Thank you, Mr. Tuck.
Yeah, I agree. I just like to have it in the books that the option is there if the city deems it necessary to prosecute. That's not up to me on how much it is, what kind of prosecution it is. It's just our job to make recommendations. And Mr. Tuck, I respect your opinion greatly.
All right.
Can I add something here real quick?
Yes, sir, Commissioner Ross.
All right. Everybody needs to understand that we are not a governing body. We are a suggestive body.
Recommendation body.
We just recommend to the city council. This is not gonna happen unless they pass it. So whatever we send to them, they can change and do different things. We need to move on with this. And we need to just pass this the way it's written here, and then they can make the changes as we go along. We can always readdress it next Monday if necessary, type thing, but we need to move along with all these items. And
I'd really like to understand what David's concern is first, and then we can move on.
I think my biggest concern is that this stacked idea is actually not a bad idea whatsoever, and so I would almost like to see us take one step further, and for every 10 trees on 1 acre, we multiply it. So if you have 5 acres and it's 10 trees per acre, that fine is multiplied. So this is directly in response to what developers doing as opposed to what a private individual is doing. And so I would just like to take it one step further and suggest to the city that they should present an idea to us that specifically differentiates between both. Thank you.
So make that recommendation to the motion maker, the second has to agree, and it's done. This was supposed to be the easiest topic on the agenda, and we're an hour and a half in.
Hey, well, it's great that people are concerned about the trees. So, all right, can you like simplify that for?
I make a recommendation to tack on to our fellow commissioners' suggestion and recommendation that we create a policy that makes it stiffer for more acreage of trees taken out as opposed to an individual acre that is a single residential unit.
As somebody who seconded it, I can second that.
Is that gonna work for you, Mr. Laundrie? Oh, that didn't sound like a legit, can we do that again, please? That, so we can have some clarity on the motion. I know, but I just want to make sure we have some clarity so we have the right thing brought back to us next week. So you can say what you said and then add a stricter penalty per acre based on the amount of trees.
Say it in the microphone, please.
And
Would $10,000 per acre per 10 trees work for you?
I may, gonna leave this up to you guys, but again, my 400 per inch, $1,000 a day, $200 one-time fee, possible criminal penalty if necessary, and his suggestion of adding a $10,000 fine per acres for lots of trees. I'm not sure, the exactness of that.
10 trees is what he was saying.
Yeah,
And so,
okay. So I'm fine with that recommendation, but the city's, they're still, you guys are still gonna put it in wording that makes sense. Okay.
all right. We have a motion?
Yep.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Do I need a second?
Yes, ma'am.
I second the motion.
Okay, Ms. Alondra, are you ready?
Yes.
All right.
Christopher Toth.
Yes.
I'm sorry, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. Ishmael Harris.
Yes.
Keith Elgort.
Yes.
Gary Moss.
No.
Jeffrey Estes.
Yes.
Patrice Parsons.
Yes.
And David Burr.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, on to item 6A, parkland dedication. Thank
This,
you.
this item really goes to speak to the person who asked, what happens to the tree fine, what happens? Well, we are proposing an ordinance amendment that would help us, number one, put it back into the park system, and then number two, improve the park amenities that are existing.
All right. So 6A, hold a public hearing, consider an act to amend the Bastrop Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 10.01, Sections 10.01.001 through 10.01.013, titled Parkland Dedication and Park Enrichment Fund. This amendment seeks to establish requirements for parkland dedication, standards for a fee in lieu of parkland dedication, and to create a fee for new development as it relates to the parkland. Ms. Viviana.
Hello, good evening. Viviana Nicole Andres, City of Bastrop. So I am before you tonight to talk about this revision to Chapter 10 subdivisions. Currently, we do have a Chapter 10 in our it's called subdivisions in the Code of Ordinances. It was repealed or replaced with the B3 code when it was adopted in 2019. Currently, as it stands, whenever we adopted our B3 code in 2019, the way we decided to address parkland was by adopting what's called civic space. Civic space essentially allows for a variety of uses that are outside of just typical parkland. So the city could at any time get a plaza, a commercial place, a pocket park, or sometimes true parkland. Whenever a developer goes to dedicate parkland to the city under the place type of civic space. Another thing that's also allowed in civic space are governmental entities and or uses. So once again, parkland really isn't, in my opinion, exclusive enough for the means and method of collecting parkland for the city of Bastrop or obtaining an appropriate fee to be subsidized to the city if a development is not dedicating parkland to the city. Now, currently, and I won't be too long on this, but currently, the way that we go about assessing parkland is in the B3 code, there's this function called pedestrian sheds. Pedestrian sheds are essentially quarter-mile radiuses that are scattered throughout the city limits. And the idea is that within each pedestrian shed, there's a certain allocation for each place type. And then out of those allocations for each place type being P1, 2, 3, 4, 5, civic space is supposed to comprise approximately 10% of that. While the notion, I believe, I understand, I think it was a good attempt. The attempt was, hey, we want to make sure that we're creating what's called complete communities whenever land is further developed, so that anyone that buys a house anywhere could foreseeably walk or enjoy a variety of uses within a quarter-mile radius. The trouble becomes when you're talking about parkland. Parkland is something that's maintained in perpetuity by the city, by your tax dollars. And so when we're talking about parkland, what that ultimately does is it ends up giving us micro-sized parks throughout the city of Bastrop. And while I'm not against that particular process, usually people go to regional parks such as Fisherman's Park, Bob Bryant Park, and usually parkland needs to be of a certain size in order to program it appropriately with playscapes, splash pads, things of that nature. So what we're seeking to do at this time is just put a more clear metric so that if we are getting parkland from a developer, it's meaningful parkland. And if a developer doesn't want to dedicate parkland, totally fine. They're giving us an appropriate fee in lieu of dedication, and then that fee can be applied to our current park system. So essentially, where we're headed is to be better in alignment with the parks master plan. The city of Bastrop did a master plan for our parks, and there were several recommendations that actually came back. And one of them was funding. Essentially what the master plan stated is that right now we don't have great tools in place to fund our parks. And that's fund through improving our parks or fund by getting monies in order to acquire land to build better parks or new parks. I actually love our parks that we already have. I go to Bob Bryant all the time. Another thing that the Parks Master Plan said is that we need to put a tool in place so that we can improve what we currently have on the ground. I believe in this. We have a splash pad at Fisherman's Park. It's a great splash pad. However, that splash pad is one of the highest users as far as volume goes for water usage. And that's because it doesn't recycle the water. Now, we have looked into the feasibility of getting that park to, or that splash pad to essentially reuse the water. And it's a doable goal, but that's what, I think it's like $100,000, something in that range. What we're trying to do is adopt a mechanism so that we can collect money from developers so that we can do something like that, so that we can have a splash pad that recycles water, that's less heavy of a water user, things of that nature. So essentially what we're proposing is that single family units are whenever people come develop, usually there's different uses associated with development. Sometimes you have a single family development, sometimes you have a commercial development. Commercial is usually apartments or multifamily. Now currently with our zoning ordinance as it's written, duplexes are a part of a single family development because they're allowed in single family uses. We're working on changing that. So right now, whenever you think of multifamily, it's not just commercial, it's also residential. So the metric we're proposing is 1 acre for every 100 proposed dwelling units for a residential subdivision. And then for mixed use, or commercial, if you will, that's going to be 1 acre for every 200 proposed multifamily units. And the reason why we kept it at 1 acre is because generally you're gonna have a greater concentration of units and about the same square footage because multifamily is usually stacked, right? If it's not duplex, it's stacked on top of each other. A provision that we are stating is that essentially, and we actually got this at the recommendation of Amanda, which I thought was really good, is that it needs to be a minimum of 1 acre and contiguous in nature. So we don't want someone dedicating parkland and it's a piece here, a piece here, a piece here. We want it to be, once again, quality parkland that we're getting so that our residents can enjoy it. Another thing that we're changing is right now, it's a common practice for developers to dedicate floodway or floodplain as parkland, and that's more beneficial for them than it is for us, because once again, parkland, the city has to maintain in perpetuity. If it's floodway, if it's 100-year floodplain, you are especially the floodway, you are extremely, extremely limited as to what you can do. Floodway, you can't even touch, you can't even improve it, and that's per FEMA. 100-year floodplain, you have to kind of consider what you're putting there. So we want to make sure that if you're giving us parkland, it's not just your drainage area. It's a meaningful area that our residents can enjoy. Another aspect of this ordinance is that essentially, we talked about fee in lieu of dedication. So it's really interesting. We have a fee in lieu of dedication adopted in the ordinance, but then we don't have in the master fee schedule. But then in the B3 code, there's not a very clear trigger for when to assess the dedication in lieu of parkland, so we're kind of cleaning that up. And then what we've also done is we've created 2 development quadrants. And essentially the importance of that is that there are some limitations as far as whenever you collect a fee in lieu of dedication, you are kind of, the state law does have some parameters as to where you can reinvest those monies. And so what we did is we divided the city of Bastrop into a north and south. It's bisected by Highway 71. And the reason for that is no more than to the west, we're having much more development pressure than to the east. And that's because the east has topography challenges, it has the toad habitat, things of that nature. But that doesn't mean that we don't want the area in the east to get an equal opportunity to have access to those monies. So we went ahead and said, hey, we'll divide it by Highway 71 so that as the west continues to develop, we can reinvest there, the fee in lieu of dedication, or we can also reinvest into parks like Joel Hodges Park, Fisherman's Park, things of that nature. The Mayfest Park over by the American Legion, we want to have equal opportunity to enhance what we have. We will be required to keep an account of all the funds, and we will have up to 10 years to expend the fees that we've collected in lieu of dedication. If we don't expend those monies, then we're going to give back to the developer the proportional amount of what was left unused. So they don't get interest on it or anything like that. It's just a very blank, like for like, you get what we didn't use. And then finally, probably my favorite feature about this ordinance is the park enrichment fee. Now this fee is very exciting. There's other cities that actually already have this fee in place. I looked it up and I think it was the city of Buda. Theirs is like $1,000 a dwelling unit. It was pretty expensive. We're proposing to just start out at $250 a dwelling unit. But essentially this fee is a fee in addition to, if someone will, let me say it like this. A developer can either dedicate parkland, right? Or they can say, I don't want to do that, and they do a fee in lieu of dedication. So those are 2 different paths right now. This park enrichment fee is a separate fee, right? So you can dedicate parkland and we'll still assess this park enrichment fee, or you can do a fee in lieu of dedication and we'll still assess this park enrichment fee. The beautiful thing about the park enrichment fee is that it is not you can spend it citywide. It's not tied to a particular development quadrant, and it can go to improve current parks, it can go to strengthen the infrastructure of our parks. So I'm really excited about this opportunity to see what this can garner us in the years to come. These are some of our parks already that we have. So, final 2 points that I thought were pretty cool to make were essentially, another thing we coded in is detention or retention areas. Those can be, once again, accepted, but it can't exceed 10% of the overall dedication. And once again, we don't want drainage basins that the developers are like, that's your parkland. You're like, it holds water. And they're like, so we just want to kind of remove that conflict. And then another thing that I think is pretty cool is a lot of times whenever developments do have parks, they put them at the back of their development, which nothing wrong with that. I live in Riverside Grove. We have Bob Bryant Park, which is at the rear of the subdivision. But then you also have neighborhoods like Pecan Park, that they have a trail, like an open space kind of trailway, but not a lot of people know that exists. If you're driving by it, it's kind of hard to get to. It's not easily accessible. So if you're dedicating parkland, we want it to be in a more prominent location so that it can serve the overall community. The whole idea is that parks are lifestyle, quality of life, honestly, assets that our community gets to have and everyone should be able to enjoy and not feel like they're like having to go through someone's backyard to, or by someone's backyard to access it. So that concludes my presentation. I am here for questions.
All right, thank you. All right. I'm now going to open up the public hearing for item 5A. If anyone, again, if you have any comments that you would like to make, please go over here to the table, grab a paper, sign it, and give it to Ms. Alondra here, and she'll get it up to me, and we can call your name out. So, 6A, sorry, excuse me, thank you, 6A, thank you. All right, so, first person I have, she does not wish to speak, but she is in support of 6A, and that's Ms. Linda Larson. Next person I have that would like to speak is Mr. Jimmy Crouch.
Jimmy Crouch, 605 Buttonwood Street. I don't want to speak on every item. I know I turned my thing in Ishmael to do that, but I don't want to come up and speak on every item. I do want to just make a point that covers every item. All of these items, it's been said tonight that we're rushing through, or the city's rushing through all these things. All of these items are on the agenda tonight are all a accumulation of items that have not worked in the current code, and that we know that didn't work, and so we're trying to fix it and get recommendations from P&Z to give to cities so they can correct them. And so I encourage everybody to speak up for the items if you know about them, and I encourage the P&Z to make a good recommendation to the city council so that they can vote on things and get a good list of things to vote on to correct these things. So that's the main thing I wanted to point out, is just that all these items have been going on for years since we've had the code, and we know that they don't work or need to be modified, and that's what all these items are. So that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Up next, we have Cecilia Sermon.
Cecilia Serna, 114 Hill Street. I have a question or rather clarification on something in the diagram. It said it was a quadrant, and just for my clarification, quadrant to me means 4. I just thought it was divided into 2. So just for complete clarity, to me, if it's a quadrant, I'm expected to see divided into 4 different pieces. And then I just have another question is, if we have a Parkland master plan, maybe that might be a good idea also for us residents, instead of trying to go through the gobbledygook, as we keep saying, for us to try to follow better and see where the future of Bastrop is going with our parks. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can revise it to say area.
Or bisection.
So they're just development quadrants, but I understand that the prefix of quad means 4. So it could be, development area 1, development area 2. I'm fine either way. Okay. And then we do have a parks master plan. It is available on our website, and we can bring copies to the meeting next time. I'm not sure how many pages they are, but we'll bring some copies for you to look through.
All right, thank you. Okay,
Yes.
next.
And this is in line with the Parks Master Plan, yes. Oh, and this, these are the goals from the Parks Master Plan that this ordinance is addressing. Goal number 1, funding. Goal number 2, park improvements. And goal number 5, land acquisition. So there were big 6. This ordinance hits 3 out of the 6.
All right. You got anything else? All right. So, the next citizen that we have to speak is Robin Payson.
Do I need to come up there?
Yes, please.
I would just like some clarification about what you said regarding giving the money back to the developers if it's not spent in 10 years.
So let's say that a developer pays $100,000 for a fee of dedication. Most likely we will have spent it within 10 years' time, but we did code in a provision that if for some reason we haven't, we would code back, or we would give back the proportional amount that's left unspent. So if for some reason there was 10,000 out of that 100,000 left, we would give it back, and that's just to help keep us honest. But I mean, it doesn't.
It's required to give it back.
Okay.
Has there ever been monies put aside that we haven't, I mean.
Can you speak to the mic for us, please?
Look at about monies that should have been spent by the city before?
No,
No.
the city doesn't have, this is gonna be the first of several fees that are meant to put improvements back. You know, part of the issue about the growth of the city is folks are using this stuff, and the developers that are coming should pay into this stuff. We've never had a fee like this, but I can tell you, if we had divided the city into multiple quadrants instead of just two, that would have given a greater likelihood for things to not be spent. Because, for example, if we're still working on land acquisition in one area, because we know 2 developments are coming, one of them's already given us their land, we know the other one's coming, and so we're holding off. The bigger the quadrant division, the greater the likelihood of that happening. But we kept it into 2 very simple quadrant sections.
So we have the maximum.
Yes, so we have the maximum flexibility with that.
And if.
Ms. Mason, can you please speak into the mic so everyone in the back can hear? Thank you.
And if they propose, land that's in a flood zone, can we push back?
Yes. So part of the existing ordinance, again, I wasn't here when it was written. Part of the existing ordinance, I'm gonna show you a development later on that, has given us 70 linear feet, and they're calling it a park. Another one that's given us a drainage area, and it's called a park. And then this code has something called a public-private realm. And so they push, and so when Viviana said civic space, how many of you have been to Burleson Crossing? And you see that little space between James Avery and the Mexican snack place? That's a plaza. That developer dedicated that to the city. I'm supposed to maintain it and program it? No, rather you are supposed to maintain it and program it. That's craziness. It's craziness. Some of the detention ponds in this public realm now belong to the city. Why would we want to maintain a developer's detention? And the answer is I don't want to. If you go back to that chart that talks about what we accept as parkland, this crazy code has a lot of things that should be developer driven and maintained, and it pushes it onto the residents. That is not good practice. This is actually trying to make sure the developer pays their fair share in land and or money, and also into enrichment. So if a developer wants to or needs to, because our code requires it, commit 2 acres of land, and they, for some reason, say, I want to commit 2 acres because I'm close enough to Fisherman's Park, then we say, I want the fair market value of that land fully developed, and you must pay that into the park, into the parkland dedication. On top of that, if they're building 50 houses, they've got to pay 50 times 250 that will go and improve the parks in either north or south of 71. So there's a lot of things we're trying to clean up. I think the intent of being able to walk to a park is a wonderful idea, but everything that's classified as a public space, that's not a good idea. How many of you care if you walk to somebody's detention pond and I've accepted it as a park? It's just crazy stuff in the code, but anyway. Look at that, commercial place, the court,
Thank you.
the square.
Okay, so, I hope I don't get this wrong, the writing's a little off. Beverlon Hodge, okay, my apologies.
No worries. And I'm glad you called me right now, because my question has similar to what she said.
Okay, can you just reintroduce yourself to us, please? Thank you.
Beverlon Hodge, 1103 5th Street. I guess I'm just wondering, you mentioned with the monies, giving the monies back after 10 years. My question is, why would you burden yourself with that type of administrative burden and accountability to have to track that for 10 years? You're gonna have to develop policies to identify whose monies is gonna be earmarked to which project. And then, and you mentioned honesty. Our honesty is in the fact that these ordinances and rules are being administered appropriately. That's where the honesty and accountability comes in. I don't see any need for you to then add an additional burden of having to track these funds for 10 years. And again, the policies and procedures that have to go with that to track all of this, you're gonna have to hire someone else to do this because that takes a lot to keep track of. And then what if that business, what if they're not even in business any longer? Who's to say they're gonna even be in business 10 years from now? If the idea is that we're gonna charge them to help assist us in putting in nice parks and things, that's gonna be ongoing. We're not gonna all of a sudden stop, maintaining the parks or not putting in new ones. So if we're gonna take the money in, take the money in, but don't add the administrative burden of tracking this for 10 years and then feeling like we're gonna be viewed as being honest, if we don't give money back. It is what it is. Our honesty is in the administration of the rules.
So we're required to track it. Yes, that's part of the state statute. If we collect it, we're required to track it.
Yeah.
And trust me, there are enough park needs that they're gonna get spent very quickly.
Yeah.
Yes,
To
and
add,
go ahead.
oh,
Yes.
I was just gonna add a little bit. So the courts did come out and say that the homes that are generating these fees, so typically the way you get fees are per dwelling units, they're expected to benefit from some new amenity, and that's why you're collecting these parkland fees. And so the courts had established that they should benefit from these amenities within a reasonable time frame. There was a study done on parkland dedication throughout the state of Texas. 10 years is sort of the max that most cities will ask for it. It goes, basically, some cities have no requirements to give it back, which is never really our recommendation. And the highest is 10 years. And that's like Allen, Texas, Arlington, Cedar Hill, they all follow a 10-year requirement to give that back.
And to Ms. Sylvia's point, we already do have to track because we are audited annually. So any fees we take in, and that's not just these, it's escrow fees, things like that, we are required to keep an account and to honestly, just keep an account of what we've spent or not spent. And so that's also why we do it anyways. We're already going to be doing the work because we do.
All right, thank you. All right, we have one more person who would like to speak. Pablo Serna. And again, if it's anyone else, right, if Pablo, once he's done, if no one else has anything, I'm going to close the public hearing. So here's your opportunity.
Say now, forever hold your peace, right? Okay, well, a question for the lawyer. Is there a distance that they have to be to enjoy those amenities?
Just for clarification,
Oh.
I am not the city attorney,
Oh.
I'm the planning consultant.
I'm sorry.
I work with the firm.
That was a
is the
legal,
city
that
attorney.
was a legal understanding there. Well, I guess the question then for P and Z and Viviana, is there a distance that these amenities should be, that's the idea behind tying those civic improvements, which can be pocket parks, they can be small, they can be big. They can be part of a larger master plan. So it's a smart way to think. And no development should be a surprise. The regulating plan for P and Z is your tool to, that developer puts the cards on the table, and right there, they tell you where that civic space or where they're gonna dedicate the money is gonna go. Shouldn't be surprised. We should not be getting detention ponds, and we can say right there at that stage, no, we don't wanna do that. So be looking for regulating plans, don't lose them, because again, if it goes straight to permitting, you lost that opportunity. Again, nothing should be a surprise. I would be interested to know, because if, going back to this master plan, if we start developing and we put all the money on the other side of town, that starts to have an imbalance. So a master plan, it's important, parkland master plan, and all our developments should dovetail together. Thank you.
I really like that question.
Thank you, Mr. Serna.
So the improvements are actually supposed to be driven by the Parks Board. So the idea is that parkland that's being dedicated through a subdivision coming in, that will be dealt with if someone's coming in and wanting to. So if a developer's coming in and they're doing a development of some sort, we would know then that we're either going to acquire parkland in that development or not. And then additionally, we have the Parks Master Plan, which should be a driver. We have the Parks Board that we're supposed to consult with whenever we're reinvesting these monies. And then Miss Sylvia looked up online, and it's a 2-mile radius for as far as reallocation of funds. It's a good question. I like it.
All right, we don't have anyone else. All right, I'm gonna close the public hearing. All right,
Got a question?
do we have anything, commissioners?
Yes, I do.
What you got?
Ms. Viviana,
Yes, sir.
which towns around us have this?
Have the Park Enrichment Fund or a parkland ordinance?
This whole thing?
Most cities have a parkland ordinance.
Which ones?
Probably City of Buda, I'm sure City of Lockhart, I'm sure City of Kyle, I'm sure City of Austin, I'm sure, I mean, I could go on. Yes,
I'm sure they do.
yeah,
How much are they?
I'm not sure on that, sir.
Are we competitive then?
We know Buta's $1,000.
Is it
Yeah.
per home?
And that's for the enrichment fee, that's,
Well, always my concern is, you know, the viability of owning a home. Every time we do one of these, makes it more difficult for somebody to buy a house, you know, these things. And so I think they really need to look hard on some of this stuff.
So-
Make sure we're competitive for one thing, but also the fact that, you know, affordable housing, you know, is an issue to think about.
that's a fair statement. And so, yes, for sure, City of Buda is $1,000. There was another city I looked at, and it's escaping my mind, they were $800 a household. So we're coming in at $250, so I think that that's a pretty fair price as far as, or cost, or assessment, if you will. The other way that I did look at it is, anyone that's coming to live in the city limits of Bastrop, that's gonna be a part of a development, they are going to enjoy the parks that we currently have, and there is an increased impact to the parks that we do have. There's a laundry list of improvements that I know Ms. Terry Moore has, as far as things we can do to enhance our current parks. So I don't think it's extremely cost prohibitive. The other thing that I think about oftentimes is our parks are free. All of our resources are free. We're not like the city of Austin where when they have a Trail of Lights, I forget how much they charge, but they charge a fee for everyone that goes and visits that Trail of Lights. Our River of Lights, though much smaller in scale, it's free. Everything we do there is free, so this is our one time to collect that fee to help offset that cost to our current taxpayers, which are people like you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Moss. Anyone else? Commissioner Estes, you got something?
You bet. I'd like to make a motion to make a recommendation on amending the Bastrop Code of Ordinances, Chapter 10, Article 10.1, 10.01, Sections 10.01.001 through 10.01.013, titled Parking Dedication and Park Enrichment Fund. I'd like to accept, or move that to the City Council for acceptance.
We have a motion, do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Alondra?
Christopher Toth,
Yes.
Ishmael Harris,
Yes.
Keith Alborn,
Yes.
Gary Moss,
Yep.
Jeffrey Estes.
Yes.
Patrice Parsons.
Yes.
And David Byrne.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. All right, on to item 7, transportation and gridded street network. We're going to conduct a public hearing and consider an act to remove all references to the gridded street network and replace with the previously adopted Chapter 5 thoroughfare plan. These amendments, in collective under number 7, seek to remove the requirement for a gridded street network, clarify definitions, and remove any reference to the elimination of vehicles. Our Assistant City Manager, Andres Rosales.
Yes, sir. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Andres Rosales. I'm the Assistant City Manager. We're going to talk about gridded street network. 7A, 7B, and 7C are all tied together. So you're going to see some repetitiveness in these next 3 items, but it's because they're all combined together in some form or fashion. So this item, we're asking to amend Chapter 5 of the Transportation Master Plan. Amending that, our goal for this is to remove the gridded street network, and I'll show what the gridded street network here in a second is for those of you that don't know what the gridded street network is. But To remove the gridded street network, to reduce the number of public streets, and by reducing the number of public streets, we reduce the cost of the maintenance for those streets on all of our city tax burden that goes with that, which creates the physical sustainability that we're all talking about. The other thing is, the other goal we're trying to accomplish is to allow flexibility for these developers to meet the intent of the code and through create connectivity still, but have the versatility. Right now, if you have a topography challenge and you have to put the gridded network or you don't have the land acquisition next to you, it's super challenging to make this grid network work. And so I have some examples and we'll work through these examples here in just a second. And so how are we going to accomplish these goals? Our main thing to accomplish is to remove the adopted 2019 Chapter 5 thoroughfare plan with the gridded street network. So in 2019, they adopted, as a part of the B3 code, they adopted this overlay over the thoroughfare network, which I'll show these maps in a second, so bring it all in here in a minute. They adopted this grid network overlay in 2019 as a part of the B3. When they saw B3 going forward, they put this in place during that time. And so we're asking to return this to previous adoption of the 2017 version of the thoroughfare plan, which did not have that grid network. It still had all of the roads, all of the connectivity that we still needed. It just didn't have the grid. And so let me show these. So this is the 2019 gridded network. It's hard for you to see in the back, and I apologize. But the red is all the major thoroughfares. Blue is some of the lower tier thoroughfares, and then your white streets is the gridded network. That is the grid that when a developer comes in, they're required to match that street layout. What that does is that developer then builds that street and turns it over to the city. And so at the end of the day, every white line you see on this map could become a city street that us, the city, would have to maintain in perpetuity, forever. And so that is a lot of streets. And it has not become physical sustainable for us to continue this. So what we're asking is to remove this out of the B3 code. This is an example of where it created an issue for us. This is Alta Trails, which we've been talking a lot about Pearl River. This is in Pearl River. Those of you that have driven by 969 and Blakey. To the north is Blakey. To the west, over here on this side, is 969. As you can see, the red streets here are publicly dedicated streets. And what has happened because of this grid network, you'll see that the building for the apartment complex, I labeled all the buildings, 1, 2, 3, all those buildings, that's one apartment complex. And so they could not create a complex for a private complex because of the city street requirement. There's a public street that is in the red line that goes through the middle of the complex. And so we are, as citizens, required to maintain that street, and those of you probably will never drive on. And so that should have been a private street. That should have been a privately maintained street that the complex maintained on their own, and they could have been allowed to do like an enclosed, gated type apartment complex. But because of the grid network, it is not allowed. So, as you can see, each of these, in order to accommodate the grid, each of those streets would be squared and blocked off, and those would be at our dime, and not the developer's dime. So, again, they were required to meet the grid requirement. They put public streets in the middle of the complex, so it makes it a huge challenge for us. And this is a requirement. We're not allowed as staff to deviate from this. We're not allowed to change this. This is a requirement that's required. So, what we're asking is to go back to this map. This was the map created in 2017. It does still show the corridors, the collector streets, the arterial streets, the freeways. It still shows and outlines the requirements for that. So this is what we're asking, to just remove that gridded overlay, put it back to this original map, and put Chapter 5 back to the way it was previous to B3's change in 2019. So, with that being said, that is this item. So the next items are removing some of the references to this change. So any questions?
So Commissioner, I wanna make an important distinction. If you go back to the Pearl River, if you go back to this, what this requirement essentially entails is, everybody's been talking about a target where he says public street right there. And so this requirement would require the city to build or have dedicated to them a public street in that. I don't want to be having to take the calls when the developer or Target or whoever the retailer is complaining about the potholes that their own delivery trucks created and the city now has to maintain. We have a responsibility to the residents, yes, absolutely. However, most of this is going to be a commercial development. How in the heck the city is going to be required to maintain streets in a private commercial development is beyond me.
Quick question for you, on A, B, and C, are we gonna vote
Yeah, we have to take-
individually?
We'll do individual.
We're gonna take
individual.
A first, yes.
All right, so, leading to that, so everyone knows, right? Agenda item 7 has 3 items, A, B, and C. I see I have different citizens signed up for each one. Each one of them has their own public hearing. So I'll be opening and closing for each one of those. So, again, if you have something you want to say, please sign up. All right?
Chair, you may want to let Andres finish B and C because they're all related.
Okay.
The B3 code comes with a technical manual, which comes with, so they're all
Okay,
related.
so when we do that, do we still want to, yeah, go ahead, well, and then I'll.
Yes, and then you can
individually
open
do
each
the public
individual.
hearing after that. All right, sounds wonderful. Thank you.
All right, then we're gonna go on to B. All right, so 7B, you wanna read it, sir, or do you want me to just?
Yes, I will read it. Item 7B, conduct a public hearing, consider an act on the code of ordinance related to chapter 14, the B3 technical manual, on the following. Article 1.2, development procedures, section 1.2.003, development process. C1C, article 2.3, neighborhood regulations. E, article 2.3, neighborhood regulation plans, section 2.3.001, stop 1. Neighborhood regulation plans A, 4, A, 5, B, 6, and 6 by removing all references to the mandatory street network and the gridded network. Assistant City Manager.
Do you wanna go ahead and read 7C and I'll just go right into it?
All right, got it. All right, so 7C, conduct a public hearing and consider an act to amend the code ordinance. Ordinances related to chapter 14, the Bastrop building block, B3 code on the following. Article 3.2, place type standards, section 3.2.001, allocation and sequence of the place type determination. A2, Article 3.2, place type standards, section 3.2.002, neighborhood regulating plan. C, Article 4.1, general section .4.2.001, character districts, descriptions and additional standards. B, 5, 13, 17, and 19, Article 5.2, development pattern standards, section 5.2.001, traditional neighborhood development. C and D, section B, Article 5.2, development pattern standards, section 5.2.002, T and D standards, B, C, D, and E. Article 5.2, development pattern standards, section 5.2.005, village center development. B, Article 7.1, streets and public realms, section 7.1.002, general. D, Article 7.3, street types. B, 1, Chapter 10, Section 10.1.002, definitions, American Grid and mandatory street network, and executive summary on pages 12 and 22, by removing all references to the mandatory street network and the gridded street network and establishing standards and procedures. I'll repeat that for you.
All right, let me explain. So 7B and 7C are removing references to the word grid or the word mandatory street network that reference back to the change that I just proposed on 7A. So removing that gridded street network. And so anywhere in the code, B3 or the technical manual, 7B is specific to the technical manual, which is what we use to drive some of the requirements for developers. So those references, everything that he read is a section that referenced that requirement for that developer to follow the gridded network. And so that's why it's long and convoluted, because we have to put every section, because I'm removing every little word or making a change or amending that verbiage. And so up here, I did not put every one of those sections in here, but in the staff report that's provided to the commissioners that was in the agenda packet, literally lists, I think it's probably 7 or 8 pages of different places where we made those altercations, I'm gonna say, made those changes to the verbiage is in the staff report. So, with this one, B3 technical manual, this one I'm going to give a little background on the technical manual. So again, B3 code and the technical manual both adopted in 2019. And the transportation plan, the original was in 2017. And so they amended this code with the overlay with the B3 in 2019. And so what they did is they wanted all new development and infill development to be required to follow the building blocks within a gridded street network. And so what they did is how they came to this grid network, and they looked at the 1920 map, I said 1920 map, of the Iredell map that was established using grid patterns that was back in the day of Spanish measurements. And it came up with these farm lots that were 722.22 feet, and they called them 260 varas. And that was the measurement, varas, V-A-R-A-S. It's a Spanish word, I'm sure city manager could probably say it better than me. But that 722.22 feet is what they measured and used. And so if you looked at downtown Bastrop, 100% today, there will be some 722.22 feet of these farm lots. And so they also looked at blocks, and those blocks were 333.33 feet or 120 bars. And so they took that, and what works downtown, absolutely, we call it the downtown Iredell area. There is that grid network downtown. They tried to overlay it over the entire city and make it work, as you saw on that map previously. I think I have it next. They tried to overlay it in the entire city. That has not worked, and it is not sustainable, as we're finding. And so what we're asking is to remove that. We are still keeping that downtown Iredell portion of the code in there. It is still in there. We didn't modify it. We didn't bring that out. It is still an option. This grid is staying in there. It is still an option. It is just not a requirement that we're making a developer be required to do it. It is an option, and they can choose that option. If the developer comes in and wants to do this, we may make them make it private streets and not turn them over as public streets. If that's what they want to do, we have that option. But right now, we do not have that option. It is required to stay public, and these are the gridded streets. And so, so that was the basis for how they got the building block and the grid overlay for the entire city. It also applied to some of the ETJ. And so, like I said, topography and land acquisition makes it very difficult to comply with this. Unless you own a large 300 acres, it's very difficult to get this, because if you own a small lot, it's no guarantee that your neighbor next to you is going to assist you with the gridded requirement. And so that became a challenge. The other challenge we have is we're finding that street paving, 1 mile of street paving is roughly, well, it's probably more than that, I think now, but it was roughly $1 million for 1 mile of road to pave. And so we're finding that if we put this grid everywhere and then we got to come back at a later time and re-mill or re-overlay, that's going to be super expensive, and we can't continue that. It's not sustainable. And so the other thing is we've already addressed it, created those public streets inside of developments, private developments. And so that's how we got here. So that's what 7B is about. 7B is about changing, my apologies, changing all of these sections in the technical manual to remove that requirement and to make it an optional, an option. 7C is the B3 code itself. So 7B is the technical manual, 7C is the B3 code. So the B3 code has all of these references, that you see here, and we're removing those references and making them, changing the verbiage, either like, there was some reference to a grid requirement. We changed it to optional, or we removed it or renamed it in some form or fashion to make sure that it matches what our intent is, to not make this mandatory. Other than that, city manager, is there anything else? I think on this one, like again, we're gonna rectify the original intent of the B3 by allowing flexibility. We're gonna allow the grid to be an option, and we're proposing amendments to remove all references to the gridded network, the mandatory street network, and so there were 10 places where we had that, and we've amended that. Any questions? It's a lot.
Commissioner Parsons has some questions for you.
Sure.
So, I want to be sure I'm understanding you correctly. Are you saying that you're taking out, you don't mind leaving in the gridded network pattern downtown in the Airedale district?
Yeah, so
Proposing that you take it out for the rest of the city?
Well, so in the code itself, in the B3, it breaks down very specific areas, right? There were the downtown area, there was, help me, there's the village, and there's another one, I forgot the other one. Traditional.
Old town, downtown, cultural arts, northeast.
Yes, and so each one of those has their own, and so when they talked about the downtown area, they had the downtown grid. And so yes, we're asking to leave that and still have that as the preferred method of the downtown, but as we move out and we branch out into the areas, especially the new developed areas.
So my question is, will we have it be a requirement?
Not for the
Preferred
new
method
areas.
is not the same as a requirement that it be gridded downtown.
That's, as of right now, no, but if that's how you would like to word that to us, you can.
Okay. And let's see here, I had another question. How are we gonna handle it? I mean, let's say we resolve the downtown issue, make it work, right? Everybody's happy with it, nobody's unhappy with it. Developers are even okay with it. What are we gonna do for the rest of the city? Are we just gonna let it go willy-nilly? Are we gonna go Euclidean? I mean, what's the plan? What's your vision, Sylvia, on how this is gonna work if we go off a gridded concept?
So your neighborhood, for example,
Uh-huh.
Pecan Park, if you go back to the major, the one before, the
That's
2017. There.
Mm-hmm.
So the plan is still to make sure those thoroughfares are connected. So if I have a development that's coming in where one of that blue ends and I need to get the right of way for that blue to make that connection, this is still our quote unquote Bible. But in terms of an internal development, your neighborhood is not a gridded street network. And it has meandering paths and it takes account for topography and the giant, floodway that you guys have in the back. No different. We will still make sure that we have connectivity where we need connectivity. And if you recall, we're also working on the sidewalk and mobility plan also. I just want to bring some sense where it makes sense. It's very expensive to maintain streets.
I understand that, Sylvia, and I'm not saying that we don't do that. My question is, how do we have some kind of formula that we're gonna use? I mean, a developer can just come in and present you with a plan, and if you like it, it's great, or?
No, absolutely not. There's fire codes that still need to be met. There's all kinds of street standards that still need to be met. He can't just build a straightaway without some requirements. So we still have street patterns, we still have fire code, we still have building code. There's all kinds of other requirements in the code that won't require a gridded street.
Yeah, we didn't remove the collector street requirement, the arterial, the divided, we still have those within the code.
So has it been developers that have been complaining about the gridded street, or is it just the city's problem because we don't want to maintain the streets?
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, it's a city problem.
Okay.
It's a city problem. Right now, I'll give you an example. If a subdivision comes in and I'll say the Colony. If the Colony comes in and they're gonna build, because that one just got annexed into the city. What happens is the developer puts the roads in first. They put in the roads and all the infrastructure in first. Then the construction commences. And guess what? They're ripping up that road. And that gets dedicated over to the city, and guess what? It's not dedicated in the condition that it was created. There's a 2-year bond. Yes, that's correct. There's a 2-year bond that the developer maintains, but sometimes the damage is done. And so our goal is, and then we're on the hook for it. We've gotta maintain it, we've gotta fix it, we gotta correct it. The street fund has two funding sources. It has sales tax that we took from the economic development portion and put it towards existing streets, not new streets, existing streets. And then it's the general fund. So I have to make a decision on, am I gonna fund a police officer, or am I gonna fund a mile of street that's already falling apart because we allowed an area to be super dense?
Okay, so does this affect density at all?
No. No, we're gonna talk about minimum lot size here in a minute.
Yeah, I got that, okay. All right, that's my questions for now.
All right, so,
I got a question. The bonding issue on construction,
can you
does
talk
that
to the
apply
mic,
all
of course?
current new construction?
The bonding on, yes, it applies.
Bonding on the streets.
Yes.
Realizing there's a lot of construction currently going on. Is that current with the current streets?
Yes, yes, and so we're trying to be creative with new development to say that you, maybe they only do the first 4 inches and then leave the top 2 inches off. Because like Valverde, for example, all of the front of Valverde is done. They still have the rear sections to go, and so that may take them 4 years to get those rear sections. So by the time they're at the very end section, they may have already driven all their trucks over that first section, and so it destroys that street. And then they hand it over to us, and then by the time it's done, the development's done, the bond's already expired. And so what we're doing to be creative is saying, do those first 2 sections, you maintain it until that, and then it doesn't get turned over to us at a certain time. So we're trying to be creative, but it's not everybody plays. There's no real hard, fast rule in that.
Well, I know one of the reasons that this was presented and adopted in the B3 code has to do with the walkability and bikeability and, you know, basically that kind of effort. If we do away with it out in the hinterlands where I live, what does that do to a future plan where we really try to promote walkability and bikeability in the city?
So the code was written, for the public who doesn't know, the code was written with specific reference of elimination of the vehicle. And the grid network was put into place. Yes, Patrice, it's in there. Elimination of vehicles, it's in the preamble. I'll show you in my future slides. It's in your staff report. Elimination of the vehicle, and the grid network is to make walkability and bikeability an easier path. That's not the reality in our semi-rural area, and it's certainly not the reality without mass transit. We are still pursuing the hike and bike path, so as an item before council that's trying to create a 10-foot from essentially Pearl River all the way to the downtown. And we'll continue to see grants and things like that that still encourage that kind. The group, the Development Code Rodeo that we met with, remember, at City Hall, it was a public forum. Again, for those who say we've never talked about this, we met at City Hall, you were there, it was a workshop, and we drew the streets. Remember, you said pecan needs, water needs, et cetera, et cetera. There are some streets that absolutely need connectivity. This is just a way, which is the best way to get around, what makes sense. And if you force the grid, you're gonna essentially force that maintenance onto the city at a later time.
So, one of my concerns about the way we're handling all of this, Sylvia, is that we're handling things kind of piecemeal. I mean, I don't know how else we do it if we don't do it piecemeal.
Well, my recommendation was to avoid the
Let me
B3
finish.
altogether,
Let me
but that
finish.
died on the vine.
Let me finish.
Sure.
But what's happening is we're going through things one item at a time. And because I'm not a planner, I mean, I've spent days reading this stuff just so I can try to have an understanding of what it is we're talking about tonight. If we mess with this Tinker Toy over here, how does that Tinker Toy affect these Tinker Toys when we finally get over there? And are we locking ourselves into things that we don't necessarily think is a good idea by the time we get over there?
No, I think it's vice versa. And I've been here since October of 22. I was hired to fix this.
I understand.
We've
I've been
had
asking
multiple
I've been
meetings.
asking you since then.
Yes, and the real plan, instead of going through a piecemeal, would have been strike it all and go back to the prior version of the code. that wasn't a popular item either. So unless we're gonna go through it chapter by chapter, I'm not sure how else you wanna eat the elephant, but at one bite at a time.
I get it. I've just been asking for kind of an overview of what your vision is. I mean, how do you see this city in 30 years? I mean, if we're not gonna have public transportation in 30 years, if we're gonna be part of Austin in 30 years, will there be light rail? I mean, it's almost like we're moving ahead with limited vision.
So I can say for down here, when they planned things 15 years ago, they did not expect it to be like this. So sometimes we can plan for that for 30 years, but it's hard to tell what's going on. I think with what we're being presented with right now, even though it's somewhat piece by piece, this is a good little chunk of things that have an effect on our development, on our citizens moving forward. I mean, look at everyone that showed up here tonight. So I think it's tackling a good amount.
I got it, Ish. I'm just asking for a vision. What's the vision?
So Patrice, or Commissioner Parsons, my vision is to not bankrupt the city. And my vision is to keep taxes low. And I can't do that with continued strain on the general fund, which comes from streets. I can do that with flexible development. I can do that with rules that are in place and rules that are clear. This is not. And I can do that through other tools in the toolbox, the plan development district, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, that are already in the toolbox. Now, we can visit this again and again and again, but the reality of it is, how many in the audience are gonna walk from HEB to their house? How many in the audience are gonna walk even from the McDonald's across 71? How many of the folks are gonna walk, go back to the 2019 plan.
Okay, when we get to the opportunity, we'll go down, y'all talk about that.
Sure, in the Texas heat, not really reasonable.
I would ride my bike if it
So
were more bikeable.
we're planning a city that has some measure of fiscal restraint, one, and two, what is the service that meets everybody's needs? I get that you like to bike and all that other stuff, but that's not something for everybody.
Okay, can I please, Commissioner Parsons?
I'm at a meeting.
Can we,
I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Commissioner Parsons, yes. I would like to get through what Commissioner Allhorn is like, right? And try to get through these. And then when we get back to maybe making motions and recommendations, maybe we can talk about it a little bit more then.
Okay, got it.
So we can allow them to
You got it. I'm
speak,
good.
please. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to open up the public hearing for item 7A. I have, again, anyone wants to sign up? I have Ms. Melinda Larson. She does not wish to speak, but she is in support of item 7A, Transportation and Gridded Street Network. I have also Pablo Serna, who wishes to speak on item 7A and B, but I have to open up the public hearing on B, so we can only do A right now.
Pablo Serna, 1104 Hill Street. I don't want to fight. I think we're passionate about what we think Bastrop is, and I know I was just as passionate when I moved here in 2017. And I've been coming here as a little kid camping at the state park, very involved in Scout and Still. So I fell in love with the history of Bastrop, and that's why I do it for a living, right? I still do that. So I understand where I'm coming from. So when we were, and I was on the group that was helping develop the B3 code, as Andres pointed out, we looked at the downtown and the surrounding neighborhoods, traditional neighborhood development and village center development. That's what it's in the code. And it looked at that and we said, hey, we don't want to have a city that develops like Jekyll and Hyde. And so we wanted to take those historic patterns and put them out there as a vision. And it's certainly the way it's written is pretty restrictive, and I think that's where we can fix that. But I do think, to Patricia's point, we need a vision. That is a vision. that's 2017. That was what we were working with. We knew what those were. And in 2019, we weaved them together, and we have a vision. So if you don't know what you're gonna, you really need to be very specific about what you want for development, or you will get anything, having done this for a long time. So we were trying to put a vision out there. I think the stretch and the cardinal sin that the B3 made was to think that everybody wanted to do things like we did in the historic district. And for that, I'm learning the lesson. Nobody wants to do that. What we do in the historic district, so I would hope, commissioners, that you carve out the historic district, you stick with that, and well, the mandatory is the way to go, but it needs to be very important that we tell development that in the character districts, there's 4 of them. You just pointed out one, the downtown, which is very narrow, it's 2 blocks, okay? The downtown historic district is 2 blocks. We need to expand that, so we need to do the Old Town, which is the older south side of Chestnut. We need to do the Arts District and the North End. That's the Airedale District, all of that. That needs to be written in there, and really, one of the things that's kind of historic and beautiful about Bastrop, it's how old it is. There's only one other town, I think, San Antonio, that was founded on the Vera system. So the Vera system is a Spanish way. I mean, it was Mexico, didn't even exist at the time, it was Spain. And so that's what Bastrop was founded on. That is something to celebrate, not something to look at and say, we don't want to do that anymore. So anyway, we tried to do that, and it didn't work out. I will say, though, that you can string together those blocks and put sidewalks at midpoints. So that's in there also. So I know you can get to a larger block size than just a 330 by 330. So there are alternatives. Again, that regulating plan is where you work with them at. I would hope that the planning department shares the vision that we have as citizens, and this is what we're talking about right now. We don't want to say, do whatever you want, then that's the vision, we're going to get that. But we want to be very specific. I hope that we do that and we write that in.
Thank you, Mr. Cerner. All right. We also have Sherry Griffin.
Good evening, my name is Sherry Griffin. I don't think we need to do without the grid system, whatever grid system it is. What about the emergency traffic? I mean, they've got the ambulances, fire trucks, they need a way to get in and out and around the city. And if the city doesn't maintain it, who's gonna maintain it? That's a question, I guess. If the city doesn't maintain the streets, who's gonna maintain it? Who is supposed to?
So if there is a developer that wants to do a certain type of street, they're gonna be private streets, the developer has to be.
Okay, so what about the the city streets, AKA Linden, that was torn to heck?
Those are city streets, yeah.
Okay, the developer didn't take care of that, the city hasn't taken care of that. So the fire trucks and the people and everybody else just has to drive on crappy streets because there's a grid system? We need something better. We can't do without some sort of grid system. We can't.
So we're not removing the grid system from the downtown, where Linden, water, all those things are. Nobody's removing that system, that's gonna stay the same.
Right.
What we're talking about is in all the other areas of the city.
Okay.
Anywhere else, anything new comes.
Okay, and there was, the development that I would know about would be the one over across from, at the end of Linden Street. I'm thankful that it was developed. I mean, we're not gonna grow, we're not gonna make money, we're not gonna do anything else if we don't have developers come in and develop. Not all of the developers are terrible. All I've heard is this evening, not all, I'm sorry. What I've heard this evening is developers are bad, they did this, not all of them are bad, and we can't we can't fee and non-grid them out of the city. But is there truly that much more development that can go on in the city that we could have to take the grid away?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, good.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm glad.
Just immediate, behind Blakey is 800 acres that I'll be talking to tomorrow. 800 acres right now with no minimum lot size could be more than, and if we go to what I'm gonna propose on the next slides, it's still 3,200 homes.
Well, that should pay for a couple of streets.
There's still, you know, again, the existing sales tax is for sales tax is only for existing streets, not newly created streets.
Okay,
So the newly created streets, once they get built, those get turned over to the city. And so there's 2,000 homes coming at Boveda, there's thousands
But
of homes.
won't the city take over a street in a development?
Eventually, yes.
So
unless
why
it's
not have a grid in a workable grid for our fire trucks, for our police, for our hydrants?
So, one, fire and police, there's a lot of stop signs in the grid system, and there's a lot of potential for accidents as you're responding to a fire there's more than cost reasons for the grid. And nobody's saying that the streets are gonna be willy-nilly and we're gonna let them do whatever. There's still standards to the streets. It's not making it mandatory.
Okay. Well, I would much rather have, in my thoughts, I would much rather have a gridded, wide street that you can park your car on and a fire truck can still go down it.
Well,
in my opinion.
Yes, ma'am. So would I. The current grid system, the current street system are very narrow. If a car, right now, we just passed parking requirements. We didn't have any parking requirements. So the woman who spoke about the triplex, those cars are gonna be parked on the street because we didn't have any parking requirements until recently. The streets in that grid system are very narrow. If a car is parked on the street, it is very difficult to get a fire truck in.
I've driven down Main Street, and you know, everybody's passenger tires are messed up because of a stupid curve. Everybody knows that. But again, for the sake of our emergency crews and the fire departments, and I would much rather have a vision of a grid that everybody can find out about. Thank you. I do appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Griffin.
Thank you for letting me say something.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. All right, we have one more who wishes to speak for item 7A, Jody Smith. Is anyone else? Is there anyone else? Okay. So I was gonna get to you, if you wanted to speak, I'm trying to get everybody to speak, and then we'll get questions answered. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jody Smith again, 1501 Hill Street. And I'm not for or against this measure, but there was a conversation happening about walkability and people walking in Bastrop. And I just wanted to add my observations. There are many parts of the city I've never lived, and I don't know anything about them. But I did live on North Main for a year, and I was really surprised at the number of people who do walk. They do walk to HEB, they walk multiple times a week, they walk up North Main, seem to live in the North End, generally people I would say of modest means, and they do absolutely walk. And so I'm glad that we do have that sidewalk infrastructure now going up North Main because it gets used. And so just to that question, I don't know whether people are needing to walk, in other neighborhoods, but those, the people I would see walk in are not in this room and probably aren't gonna, maybe not be at a hearing like this. So I'm just telling you my observations about that since that was a topic of inquiry for people who are walking and who are not in the room to talk about that experience and their needs of the city infrastructure. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir, you had something, I'll get to you, man.
Oh, my name's
Get you
William.
the microphone.
Thank you. My name is William Stringer. I live at 1500 Church Street. I'm just, for clarity's sake, my understanding is that the grid system that we're talking about was the system that was talked about several years ago. We had the signs in the different parts of the city that had the pretty pictures and all that sort of thing. Okay, so the purpose of that was to increase the density of building in the city, to improve mass transit, or move in that direction, better bike trails, walking trails. That, have I got that much right? Okay, so clarify for me, the difference in that and what we're proposing now is to remove that plan and in place of it, if I understood you correctly, a more common sense grid or system of streets and so forth, so there won't be the dense building. Okay. Is it basically just going to be the same streets that exist now as the new grid?
In the downtown, yes, that's gonna be the existing grid.
Okay.
And, so, to the point about walkability, et cetera, if you go to Riverside Grove,
Yes,
that's a walkable neighborhood, that's not a grid system.
yes.
If you go to Pecan Park, very walkable area, not a grid system. Piney Creek Bend, not a grid, still a walkable system.
Okay.
Those things all have one thing in common, they're a denser product than what is existing right now in the downtown Iredell.
Right. Okay. So walkability is there now, and it's, okay, great, thank you.
All right, thank you. We have someone over here.
When people were talking about vision, I wondered if you had in your vision something like the Miller development where you have the commercial and you have the residential, you have some dense and some single family homes and a lot of parks. And so I was thinking something north of Bastrop where it's not easy to get to the theater or something, that you could have it out there. Is that what you're thinking when you talk about common sense?
So, yes, ma'am, that's a very perfect example. We have a development that's coming in off of 95. It's about 75 single-family townhomes, or single-family attached is what we call them. If we were to put in a grid system, that is several exits off of 95. One, TxDOT's not gonna allow that. They're not gonna give you multiple driveways off of 95. But two, the street pattern that creates within already a very, very, very congested area, the grid doesn't help solve that. So our conversation with that developer is a street pattern that empties neatly onto the back where the school is and empties safely onto 95 without super several curb cuts. That's something we're gonna have to bring a variance through to, because today I have no real ability to deviate from the grid. It's just using common sense where common sense is needed.
Is there any way we can map out common sense?
They've been trying to map that out forever. Okay, so, do we have anyone else? Yes, ma'am.
If common sense wouldn't have written this code.
Hi there. You were talking about the narrow streets and the fire trucks, ambulances, and so forth. In these new developments, you should make the streets wide enough. Period.
Amen, yes,
No
ma'am.
objection to that.
You know, but this code says that we're gonna go buy European fire trucks because we want a narrower street product. Because narrower streets inhibit vehicles, and inhibiting vehicles means people walk more.
Texans like their automobiles.
Yes, ma'am. All right, do we have anyone else? Oh, yes, we have two back there. But can y'all, like, just to help me out, right, just if it pops up, so we can also just have documentation of that, please.
Carlos Liriano, 1208 Church Street. Yesterday I drove through a subdivision right off of 304. As you're going south on 304, past the light at the Texaco station, the subdivision on the left.
Appleton.
No,
Bastrop Grove.
No, on the left.
yes, Grove.
Bastrop Grove.
Okay. Is that subdivision allowed under this grid or no grid system?
Yes, sir. In fact, it's preferred with alley entrances.
So this subdivision is what this city is going to look like in the future?
That's what we're discussing tonight, sir.
That was what was in the
Actually,
original
and I will say about Bastrop Grove, so when the city went to adopt this code, that development was in process. And that development should have had vested rights to go to the 2017 code. Staff held their feet to the fire, we took them to the new gridded network, they sued us, and we lost in court. And what we lost was not only the ability to hold them to a grid network, it was the ability for them to cherry pick which one worked better. So they beat us to the punch, and on my slides I'm gonna show you several opportunities where they've beaten us to the punch. So they picked the stuff that they liked out of the 2017 code, and they put the stuff that they liked out of the gridded network. And so you see this convoluted no driveway in the front, sometimes no parking's had whatsoever, alley entrances in some.
So this, so I drove this subdivision and I was concerned with the distance between the street and the home. I was also concerned with the amount of parking in front of the home. I also witnessed I witnessed a home that had 2 trucks. The driveway allowed for 2 vehicles to park. The vehicle was a long bed truck that went from the house past the sidewalk. So if I am a handicapped individual in a wheelchair, I have to get off the sidewalk onto the street around this truck to get back on the sidewalk to do it all over again at every single house. But some homes have 2 vehicles, one behind the other. I also witnessed kids playing in the street. You can't ride your bicycle or what have you on that sidewalk without having to get on the street. I agree with the commissioner, at some point, we have to come together and determine what Bastrop is going to look like in the future. Because if that subdivision is what we're gonna turn into, I don't think that's a great idea.
And we agree with you, Mr. Luriano. At a couple of council meetings ago, the council said you need a certain number of parking spaces, and that was 1 parking space per bedroom. You had to allow for a certain amount of parking spaces so that you're off the street. That was the first one. The second one we're gonna talk about today is setbacks. Today, the code wants you really close to the street. It wants you to spill out into the sidewalk and onto the street because, again, it's walkable. And that public-private realm, you get to talk to your neighbors better and all of these grandiose ideas in the code. I'm gonna show you some pictures where that doesn't match the built environment. And quite frankly, in a neighborhood like the Grove or the homes where they got the best of both worlds in the prior and the current, and you know, it is a very messy development when you don't require parking. Of course it's gonna spill out onto the street. You have a narrower street because, by the way, the planners of the world have said this kind of code is fiscally sustainable. But it's fiscally sustainable for a city, not for the residents. And when I say city, it's because density equals more value on the ground, equals more property taxes. That's what this kind of code does. And so that's not Bastrop, who loves its open spaces, who loves to be able to ride its vehicles if it wants to. Those are the kinds of things that we're amending in the code. So my vision, if you really want to know, is to not create another monstrosity like that.
I also will say that yes, we do need affordable housing. We need affordable housing, but it needs to come with a planned future for that development. Because many of the retail entities that are trying to come to Bastrop are looking for a medium income to get higher, to go in the $60,000, $70,000 range. If all we develop is houses on top of each other that are nothing but rentals, we are never going to get proper development. We're not going to get these major stores that this community needs to come here if the median income for all of us is $30,000. We need good jobs and good homes to bring that medium up so we can get proper development.
Thank you.
Brian Boland, 232 Jennifer Lane. I had a question regarding street responsibilities. You referred to new developments being privately maintained. I understand apartments are owned and maintained by a developer, shopping centers as well. Are you referring to neighborhoods also as being held on and maintained by private entities?
If that's how it's written, so the vast majority of the developments coming to us today have several different financing mechanisms. One of those mechanisms is a municipal utility district, a MUD. A MUD has the opportunity to tax its its residents within its boundaries, and it can pay for things like streets, like the water, like the wastewater, those kinds of things. It just depends on how that subdivision comes in.
So that's something that's going to be on a case-by-case basis?
Well, it depends on how they want to come in. So for example, there is a subdivision that the council will hear on the 25th that is off of 969 across from where these new apartments are being built. That's called Bastrop subdivision. That has about 2,000 living unit equivalents in it. That is coming in as a public improvement district. What essentially it means is they're gonna borrow money and they're gonna assess every single house for that amount. Those assessments only cover water, wastewater, and drainage. They don't cover the roads, so those will be city streets. We have another development off of 304 that's looking to come into the city. They want to do a MUD, a municipal utility district. In that instance, we have said, okay, we don't wanna maintain the drainage, we don't want to maintain X, Y, Z that are problematic, and so the developer should maintain it. And we will accept the streets if, number one, the streets are built to a higher standard, and number two, when you get to 80% of the development, you have to completely mill and overlay those streets so that when we accept the street, we're not accepting damaged goods already. So it really depends on how it comes in. There's a variety of tools for incentivizing, so to speak, or financing.
So implementing the plan you're talking to is not just a straight up, we're not taking in any roads anymore?
Correct, no, it's not, it's
Okay.
not.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. If we have,
I just,
okay.
just one more, to your point there, just for clarification, so anything new coming in, it would be at your discretion as in working with them as to how they're going to, you know, put that in. And you mentioned, and I apologize, you know, I thought the young lady here on this side, and she said common sense. I guess for me, it sounds like everybody that's gonna come in, you're gonna potentially apply different rules and regs and figure it out as they come in, and that's great, you know, because I'm assuming your intent is to do what's best for, you know, the city. But I guess my concern is, how do I, as a citizen, how do I know that if there's no rules or regulations that you are adhering to as they come in? Where's the equivalent, you know, equivalence in how you're dealing with each of these developers to where they're all being held to the same standards? If I'm just hearing you say, we're gonna just decide how we're gonna do this, however they wanna come in, we'll figure it out. And I think that's where I can't speak for anyone else, but that's where my fear is the figuring out. Because if that's not really identified and, you know, there's, you know, rules and regulations associated with that, then I see some potential inconsistency in how we could be dealing with developers and favoring some over others, you know, just different things like that. So, you know, I appreciate wanting to save the city money, but I just think we need something in place to say this is how we're gonna do it, and yeah, we have these options available, and here's what's associated with each, and then kind of take it from there. I just kind of have this fear of willy-nilly.
So it's not willy-nilly, so I'll give you an example of what happens when a plat comes in. A plat is a subdivision of land, it's the lines on the paper on how they want to subdivide that piece of property. And they show their streets and their water and their wastewater. If one of those street sections is too long, for example, and fire department can't back up or an emergency vehicle can't back up, that street's not allowed, they gotta cut it, they gotta come into compliance. If the street's too narrow, they can't do that, they gotta come into compliance. If the street dead ends, they have to have a turnaround or a T, they've gotta come into compliance. So there are rules already in place to take into account public safety. But more than anything is we're gonna try to match the transportation plan. There may be a developer who believes all he's gonna get are little neighborhood streets in his development. And we say, oh, sorry, you're connecting to Mesquite. Our master plan is that Mesquite eventually punch out to 95 and across. I need this right of way because I need to connect Mesquite. So it's not that we have no standards, because we do. I wanna make that very clear. We do have street standards, both for construction with all that other good stuff. What we are saying is this grid network, while it works in the downtown, is not realistic for the rest of the city.
All right, thank you. We have no other statements or comments. I'm going to close the public hearing on agenda item 7A.
I have one question. When you say the downtown, are you talking about Old Town, Downtown, Cultural Arts, and North End, or are you just saying downtown? I'm talking about all of it. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
We're lucky enough that we, 1 week before our meetings, we got 80 pages of stuff that we need to read. And we got the 2017 thoroughfare plan, which at the bottom it says Transportation Master Plan. And we have the 2019 Master Plan. I don't know how many of you tonight have said, we need a plan. It's right here in front of us. It says what size, how big the roads are going to be, and it's online. So my biggest suggestion is find this stuff online. If you see something you don't like, come to a meeting and say, hey, on page so-and-so of this plan, I think our streets need to be bigger. Now, I live in Pecan Park, just as she does, and when everybody's parked on that road, and everybody is parked on the road, there's barely room for a fire truck. There's barely room for an ambulance. So I know, and we're all in agreement, we've got to make our roads bigger. The grid system costs the city so much money that could be used in different areas that are more important to you than the grid system. Because if the grid system's in place, we have to maintain that road now. And we got a road we have to maintain through an apartment building. That's just, I'm sorry. So this is something that has to be done to save us financially. You know, our entire federal government right now, that's all they want to do is cut, 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 cut. Okay, well, here we are in little Bastrop, Texas. We can save ourselves some money. Let's get rid of the grid system. That's my 2 cents on that.
All right. Pecan Park is behind Walmart. Bastrop Grove is off of 304, and there you go. Appleton is on 20, and then Valverde is going on 969.
And the city of Bastrop is that big geographically. That's amazing.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
I think they need to understand also, getting rid of the grid system, it's allowing flexibility. Because a lot of this grid is, when you're looking at how the land lays, if you're into Eastonville, it's a heck of a lot different than it is out of Blakely. And so you think about how you can develop that land, having the flexibility away from the grid system is really what this is all about. And as well as her saving us money here. So I have a motion, anybody wants to hear it, if y'all.
We have a motion. What is your motion? You chopped it off.
Is everybody done talking?
I believe so. I did close the vote.
I'd like to make a motion to amend as proposed by staff to replace the chapter 5 thoroughfare plan with the previous adopted Chapter 5 thoroughfare plan. It's reflected in page 22 through 40 of the attachments here in 7A.
I second that motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Can we call for roll, please, Ms. Alondra?
Yes. Christopher Tuck,
Yes.
Ishmael Harris.
Yes.
Keith Alborn.
Yes.
Gary Moss.
Yep.
Jeffrey Estes.
Yes.
Patrice Parsons.
Yes.
And David Byrne.
Yes.
Thank you.
It is unanimous. Okay. Now, we're gonna open up public hearing for item 7B. So, we have, again, Ms. Melinda Larson, who does not wish to speak, but she's in support of item 7B. Cecilia Serna, she wishes to speak on item 7B in opposition.
Cecilia Sarner, 1104 Hill Street. First off, we're a city. We're here together, and I keep hearing they, them. That's what they did. We're a city. It's what we did. Let's take ownership for it. We need to fix it, yes. As a matter of fact, Sylvia, back in April 2024, I remember, and I thought it was great, she said, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. The code's not perfect, yes, but we need to change it. But I stuck to, we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And Sylvia, I thought that was great. I was very comforted by that. But what you said tonight is you'd rather just completely get rid of it. I've been trying to understand this code for over a year, and I have my own in-house tutor. And it's not simple. This is technical wording for developers, home builders, architects. Lay people like myself can't understand or grasp the huge impact without knowing these definitions. These are technical definitions. Major changes can be detrimental. We need a pause, and I know it's frustrating, but to do something right, you can't rush through it. Anything worth doing is worth doing well. A common statement I keep hearing over and over, and I'm sure we've all heard it, is Bastrop isn't the same like it used to be. Or we need to keep Bastrop authentic. So it would be great, we need to look at each area in Bastrop. And I saw in part of these amendments is to get rid of place types. And it just seems to me it needs to be very plainly laid out, delineated as far as we want to make a change here. This area is not going to be as affected, so that these meetings, we all understand what we're getting into and not trying to ask and find out for our benefit what's going to change in the city that we love and we live in. I don't understand why we need to completely remove the entire articles. I was trying to understand these. And in the 7B amendment alone, and it says remove all references. There's 2 different articles. If you look at them, there's 10 different items put all together to try to make these major changes. I really do think we do need to take pause and look at this. And as a city, yes, 20 years ago, this wasn't thought out. But however, Bastrop's grown exponentially. So some of these changes do need to think forward about transportation walkability. It's not perfect, but we don't need to cookie cut every little thing and put everything in the whole city. We do need to look at it and preserve the different areas and respect to their characteristics and get the residents' involvement. And it's really need to encourage everyone to come. Yes, the signs go up, but how do we know what the changes are going to impact us? We as lay people don't get these whole multi-paragraph amendments. I just ask, please, let's slow down. We all want change. We all want the betterment for our city, but we don't need to just come through and make this fell swoop. Let's get rid of everything. It's not the right way, it seems to me. I'd like to see some differentiation, like I mentioned before, in the different areas and what's going to change, what's not. My daughter lives in Pecan Grove, and frankly, I've driven there on weekends, you can't get through that street. I live in a historic district, those streets are not narrower. I feel way more comfortable driving through there than in Pecan Grove, and God forbid I drive at night, and my daughter lives there. I make one wrong turn, I can't find my way out. Now granted, yes, grid streets are expensive, so I hear. I don't understand everything, again, I'm a layperson. But if we're to be creative, as Mr. Rosales said, then let's be creative. Let's work hard. Yeah, that's it, thanks.
All right, thank you, Ms. Herman. All right, do we have anyone else? Mr. Crouch, I know you say you weren't sure, but I just want to check with you since you're on every agenda. You good? All right, thanks, sir. Okay. We don't have anyone else. We're going to close the public meeting for item 7B.
I got a question.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
It's about connectivity and stuff like that. I want to hear from Doc. Can we ask you a question about that? Kind of explain the effects that this has with like the cost of lots and things like that. I think you better describe that than anybody.
Well, sometimes you can sit back and just listen. We keep focusing on the grid. We're still going to have connectivity. It's not going to be this cookie cutter grid. The issue is mainly the 330-foot spacing applied across the city as a whole. When you look at any city within reality, Chicago, New York, downtown, but you still have your rural areas. So part of the grid is not so much we're not going to have connectivity, everything's civil, and then Grace touched on, you still have connectivity, you're going to have roads, you're going to have roundabouts, you've got standards. But we're just mainly focused on the 330-foot requirement. I keep hearing grid, but I think we've lost the focus of the issues of 330-foot spacing. You go in and create a subdivision, I buy a 20-acre subdivision, use the examples you use, you go back to that same subdivision, apply that grid, you're talking about affordable housing, now I've lost that property for right-of-way. I've added construction costs to that subdivision, so where I might have had 20 lots based on 600-foot spacing that still meets fire codes, et cetera, I've taken those lot costs from $10,000 to $15,000, which now adds to the cost of the house.
And there you have it.
You talk about walkability, is you want to stop every 330 foot when you walk through your subdivision. How many feet can you walk, and where do accidents happen at every intersection? So you're still going to have the connectivity, but you're reducing those spacing, you're reducing those intersections, you're reducing construction costs, and you got more safety and less maintenance by the city in the future.
All right, thanks, Doc, for bringing some clarity. All right. So
are you looking for a motion or what?
You know it.
Anybody got anything to say? I got just a couple of things to say, other than the fact that you know, solving these problems with the B3 code is like eating an elephant, but it's got to be one bite at a time. And that's what a lot of this stuff is really doing. Don't be afraid of what's happening, because it's everything can be changed, and but it's going to take a long process to do that. But we're going pretty slow, in my mind, to do this. It's in a very thankful way, because of the fact it is very difficult to know. And these people know what it is, what goes first, second, third, and fourth. And so, we got a motion. Is to recommend the change of the amendment proposed by the staff to remove all references of the mandatory street network and gridded street network listed in page 41 through 44.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
I believe Commissioner Barrow got you. All right. Ms. Alondra, did you catch the motion and the second? All right.
Yes.
Can you please call roll?
Yes. Christopher Toth.
Yes.
Ishmael Harris.
Yes.
Keith Alborn.
Yes.
Gary Moss.
Yep.
Jeffrey Estes.
Yes.
Patrice Parsons.
Yes.
David Brown.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, passes unanimous. All right. We're going to open up a public hearing for items 7C. And we have Ms. Linda Larson. She does not wish to speak, but she's in favor of item 7C. We have Cecilia Serna. She wishes to speak in opposition of item 7C.
concern on 1104 Hill Street. I just wanted to further discuss, I went through looking at these amendments, and as far as 7C, again, I don't understand down to the detail. However, when you look at all the different articles and everything's gonna be changed again, I can't go past the sheer number of items that we're gonna go through and just change. There's goes over 2 different chapters of the book, 5 different articles, probably 18 individual items within the different sections. And again, when you say remove all references, what I'd like to see is some way of differentiation where, yes, it's removed for certain areas or amend the wording. It's just, the wording to me is very scary when you say remove all. That has, or can have rather dramatic changes, detrimental or not, I don't know. But if the wording were clearer, maybe there wouldn't be this guttural feeling of dread. All I ask is just if we can really work on the wording, and Tracy, I ask that of you, if I could even at least just get a cogent explanation in lay terms of what this is gonna end up looking like. Because it's hard for me to really say, like, okay, well, no, we're making all this, I mean, look at that. That's ridiculous. And, you know, I live here. I want my city to be great. I love my city. But when I'm looking at something like that, frankly, that scares me.
All right, thank you.
Ishmael, so just for clarification, so this language is required by state law, and there's very little deviation from this because of state law. Just like the letter that you received in your mail that was very scary was because of state law. So these things come from state law. It's Senate Bill, what was the Senate bill?
I understand that, but Doc, can you tell us what that says?
Well, so basically breaking this down is we have to tell you the specific titles down to the section or subsection of the exact verbiage or language that's written in that book. So they wrote that book, right? They just put it together. And so I have to describe to you as a citizen where that's at. It is very difficult to do, to follow state law and to make that happen. It's very, trust this. We sit back here in our office all day trying to figure out how do I make this legible so that everybody understands, but also meet state law. It's very difficult. And if I miss one little section, I have to start all over and I have to complete this process all over again. So what we do is you'll see in some of there, when you go in and read the packet, it says no changes. Because when we got down to it and we started reading and putting this agenda together, we said, you know what? We posted for that notice to change that. It doesn't need to be changed. Let's remove that change. And so yes, we put in here that it had a section that needed to be changed, and it shows here that it changed. But if you go read the context of the staff report, it'll say no changes and why we suggested no changes. Because we noticed for the change, because we didn't know we had to have the state law, because if not, I gotta go through that whole process and send all those scary letters out again, just for one simple verbiage change. So that's kind of the reason why, and so I'm apologizing, but I can't change it.
Right, and I'm not asking for change, it's just for clarity. I mean,
Yeah.
I understand, I've worked
In
in hospital for over 30 years, and I understand.
Completely understand. And that's why I referenced the staff report. In the staff report, it breaks it down. And if I put that entire staff report on this PowerPoint's already, we're at page 29 of 72.
Could it have gone in the mailer then?
We added a sentence to the agenda on what the intent of every single code is. But the mailer
This has
is
no
correct.
physical impact, though.
Yeah.
No.
It has no physical impact, that's what you need to understand.
Correct.
We're not staff.
It's dotting your i's and crossing your t's.
Yeah, and you said, can I put it in a mailer? So just to mail that one piece of paper out was, I'm not even gonna try to guess, but it was pretty close to $10,000 just to mail that one piece of paper out to 6,000 plus residents, and I think you got the list of who we gave it to. It's 6,000 residents we had to mail that out to, plus the paper, plus the newspaper, which is an additional cost, plus the signs we had to print and put all over town, plus the staff time for all of that, to put all that together. And we had to staff, are putting those in the envelopes, putting the stamps on and mailing those out and verifying all of that information. We had to do all of that, and so it's very tedious, but it's the state law and that's what we're required to do. And so, yeah, we tried in the staff report to break it down, so that's where the breakdown is gonna be in that staff report. I don't know how.
In the future, maybe, I didn't know there were the staff reports,
Okay.
so maybe put that as
So-
part of the mailer, see staff report for further.
Absolutely, we can put that clarification language in there, but for future references, in all of their meetings, council included, all meetings have staff reports attached. So you'll have, on the website, you'll have the agenda, and then you have the agenda packet. The agenda packet breaks down those agenda items, and you'll see, it'll have a blue link. If you're online, you'll have a blue link. You click that link and it takes you to the staff report with all of the backup. And sometimes that backup could be hundreds of pages. But we put everything in there for clarification, and they have to read that, just for FYI. And they get all of that information as well as what they have is what you have. In that agenda packet's what they received, and all that information is in there. And so any clarifications, I mean, I'm happy to listen and how we can better in the future, but this is kind of how we have to do it.
Not including all the open records requests that we get that are scrutinized by folks who don't want these changes, to make sure that we crossed every I, or dotted every I and crossed every T. And if we didn't, sending us back to day one. And there's more than one open records request about the notices that we're sending.
Yes, sir.
7A made the decision to recommend getting rid of the requirement to follow the gridded street network. 7B and C are just following through on removing references to
Yes.
our ordinance.
Yes.
That's right. These parts are real simple. The main object was to get rid of the requirement for the gridded street network, which you've already had a motion passed.
Yes. Thank you. All right, is there anyone else that would have any comments for item C before I close the public hearing? All right, public hearing is closed for item 7C. Commissioners?
I make a motion to recommend the amendments as proposed by staff.
We have a
Second.
motion And a second. Ms. Elijah, did you catch the second?
Who was second?
Commissioner Tola?
Thank you. Okay, Christopher Toth,
Yes.
Ishmael Harris,
Yes.
Keith Alboy.
Yes.
Terry Moss,
Yeah.
Jeffrey Estes.
Yes.
Patrice Parsons.
Yes.
David Burrow.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, it passes unanimous. Okay, real quick, everyone, we have been here for a solid 3 hours. Is everyone good? Anyone need breaks? Staff and commissioners? I know a couple of y'all have, but like, I've been sitting here for 3 hours and I would like to take a 5-minute break, if that's okay with everyone. Okay, all right. So we're gonna recess for 5 minutes and we will be back at 8:27.
All good? She's busy, so. We're trying to do this just for what happened in the system. 15 minutes before the meeting started, everything is working. And then audio is completely cut out on everything.
Did you not think it was here? Have you been here the whole time? Where you been? Where you been? Where you been?
That was good. That was good.
Did you grab a form?
Did you mean to sign up for this? Oh no, this is the good stuff coming up. This is the good stuff coming up. You gotta see. That's what we're trying to actually get. I know. We're trying to match what's on here, so you can't set the Oh, there are. I'll show you one.
Whoa.
And the person here, it's true. It's getting good. You should stay.
All right, I'm staying. Yeah, man.
Girl, where do you think you work? You think Austin? What are you thinking?
Give me a little hot chocolate and a protein bar.
Okay, everyone, we're ready to get back started.
You were busy talking to us. You need any water or anything to drink.
You have a vending machine.
We don't. No more. But what do you want? I have snacks. We want chips.
Oh, really?
I can go pull stuff from the back. It don't bother me. What do you need? Something salty, crunchy.
Yeah, salty, crunchy, yeah.
Chips.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
have a preference in chips?
I'm not super fat either, so I'm like on fat right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want any chips. It's okay. You asked me about water.
Yes.
I don't want any water.
No, I asked if you needed anything.
I need some chips.
Okay. What do you want? What type of chips do you want?
I want something fattening.
Okay. I'll scoop in some butter and put it in.
Oh, no. That sounds disgusting.
Yeah, let me go run and grab it. I'm going to close these doors even though the session's still kind of recess.
Chips were an option.
All right, commissioners, staff, we're ready to get back started. Citizens, we're ready to get back started. So if you can please find your seats so we can get this show back on the road. Thank you. Commissioners, please find your seats. Thank you. All right, we are back resuming at 8:28. We are on to item 8, minimum lot size. Conduct a public hearing and consider an act to amend the Bastrop Code of Ordinances related to our chapter 14, the Bastrop Building Block B3 Code, section 6.3.008, lot occupation, establishing standards for minimum lot size in P2 and P3, section 6.5.003, building standards per place type by establishing standards for minimum lot size in P2 and P3, and section 2.4.001, non-conforming uses and structures to include non-conforming lots. This amendment seeks to create minimum lot size where none currently exist in the P2 and P3 residential areas, preventing denser development.
Thank you, Chair. That's in the wrong place. So, I talked a little bit earlier about, here's the preamble of the B3 code. Create a framework of transit, pedestrian, and bicycle systems that provide alternatives to the automobile. And that's scattered throughout the code, so that's in the wrong place. So, minimum lot size. Why are we talking about minimum lot size? because today none exist. Somebody can build an 100 square foot lot, 1,000 square foot lot, we have no minimum lot sizes. What does that do? That means empty vacant lots in the old part of town, so long as they're fronting a public street and can meet other requirements, can be subdivided into very, very tiny parcels. What does that do? That creates super dense development where once it was not planned. What do I mean by that? Mostly in the Iredell district, which we keep referring to as Old Bastrop, those streets are curb and gutter. Very few of that drains underground. The lot sizes are meant to be large because that water is meant to be absorbed, for the most part, on the lot and not shed. So this code put into place no lot size minimums. It increased impervious cover. And so what is a developer going to do? They're going to build as much concrete on a lot as they can. That is profitability, that is the profit margin. Nothing against that, but at whose impact? And that impact is to the existing residents. If you've been a longtime resident in that area and you expected to see one lot, as the woman who talked about the triplex, you expected to see that as a vacant lot, and the reality is it can now be 3, 4, 5, 6, 26, 36, 46, as we'll see in some of this, that gets to be a very scary proposition. So the intent of the minimum lot size change is to bring some predictability, especially in the P2 and the P3, which are our single family zones. Our P2 are larger lots and our P3 are mostly what's found in other parts of the city. And so how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to take a look at what we continue to call the built environment. What's around me? Should it continue to look like what's around me? And so those are some of the things we're going to talk about tonight. And by the way, if you have a lot that's smaller than what we are proposing, there's already relief in the code, and we'll talk about that. It's called non-conforming lots of record. And for those people who say, but we want affordable housing, we want to do this and that, there's also already a tool in the code, a planned development district. If you want to build something that's different than what the code allows, there is a process for you to go through that. It's a very critical process. Staff sees it, the P&Z sees it, the council sees it. So there's a lot of checkboxes that need to be done, but there's still a way through the code. Never around the code, always a way through the code. And so we did a lot of analysis on this. We have a program called Geographic Information Systems. It's a geospatial system. Think of it as Google Earth. That's what's running behind the scenes. We took an inventory using Bastrop CAD data of every lot that was zoned P2 and P3, and we came up with lot size averages. In the P2, which is again more rural, the average lot size, and this mostly Hoffman in the Piney Creek subdivision, is 1.16. Staff is proposing a minimum lot size in the P2 of 1 acre. And why is that? It matches everything that's around it. I'm not trying to create denser development. I'm not trying to clog the street. I'm not trying to clog the drainage system or the existing utility infrastructure that's already in place. For P3, the average lot size is 0.33 acres. And what does that translate into? That translates into about 3 lots per acre. Old planning methods, when you took a 55-foot cross-section, sidewalks, et cetera, you're getting about 4 units per acre at about between 5,000 and 6,000 square feet. Riverside Grove is a perfect example of what would be about 4 units per acre. 0.33 units per acre is what you're going to see along Pecan, Buttonwood, Water, and Beach. And so what we're saying is everything in the P2 and P3 in those areas should continue to look the same. And this is really to prevent dense infill development. We have a lot of folks who continue to speculate here who buy property with the intent to subdivide it. The house on Pecan Street was the catalyst for some of this conversation coming to the forefront. As staff, we have been talking through how difficult it is to plan a city where you have no minimum lot size. It is a math problem. I'm going to be very honest with you. When I figure out how I've got to drain the city, which, by the way, we have a draft drainage master plan that's in excess of $100 million. $100 million. I got to figure out how we're going to drain. And then exacerbating that by creating a code that is no minimum lot size and I can add more concrete. I'm only exacerbating that $100 million problem down the road. And then when you ask the planners who put that plan together, if I invest $100 million, how many houses am I going to save from a flood? And the answer was probably none. So we've got to go back and revisit. The Planning Commission and the Council raised the lowered the impervious cover limit. So we're back to numbers of 2017 and before. 50% for single family residential, and we even lowered the commercial down to 70%. What does that mean? We don't want to see a sea of concrete. Don't want to see that. It's bad for drainage, it's bad for the environment. The homes in this particular area that are 0.33 are built in a way that the drainage system and the utilities are meant to handle that kind of load. Now, if you live in a lot that is different than one of those lots, we're not gonna make you, the world isn't come on fire, you're not gonna not be able to get a building permit, you are going to be what we considered grandfathered. Last year, we wrote in some relief to the code called non-conforming lots of record. And essentially, it said if you drop a pin and everything around you within 200 feet looks the same, you can go ahead and have that setback, you can go ahead and have that open space, that the look of what is around your neighborhood. And when we talk about protecting authentic Bastrop, which I don't really know what is authentic yet, because we talked about DNA, and I gotta tell you, the DNA on the north side of town looks much different than the DNA of the downtown. When we talk about what is authentic, authentic is really a bunch of different things. But one thing is coalesced in all of that, and that is we have infrastructure that can sustain it. I can park a car far enough so I'm not having to park on the street. My streets are wide enough, I've got sidewalks, I've got walkability, I've got shade, all of those things that when you take the streetscape of Pecan or any one of the streets in our Iredell district, they look appealing. And I get where we were trying to go, I think, and to address, can I fix it, I want to throw it out. I don't know, based on what I hear tonight, I'm just like, throw it out, because I can't ever get to one particular point in time. As we go through the code and we go through the lot size minimums, really I want you to think of a couple of different things. Is it going to drain? Can I have water to it? Is there wastewater to it? Is it going to create an adverse traffic impact, et cetera, et cetera? You will hear folks say, well, you're going to negatively affect affordable housing. And I'm going to say that's not true. And I'm going to say that's not true because we're still allowing accessory dwelling units, ADUs, in the back. We're allowing one by right, and two or more if you have the ability and your lot is large enough. So there's still that component. Additionally, there's other methods and relief in the code, so I don't buy that argument, and you have to sit down with me and try to do the math. Because as Doc stated, if you add a grid system and you add all the other requirements in the code, affordable housing is not attainable. And I tell you that because our drainage system, for example, in these lots requires you to detain your stuff on site if you're building new stuff. That's valuable land that could have been developed that I've got to now create drainage zones in. So this is, Jody mentioned earlier, her development. This is the development. This is 4.25 acres, and this is an example of a dense development. This would still be allowed. They have an approved neighborhood regulating plan. This can still happen under a planned development district. So this is not, quote unquote, out of the question. But it's going to require some cyclical review. It'll have to come here, it'll have to get through staff first, and the staff check mark is, does it meet the base zoning requirements? And the answer is pretty much yes, it's residential. Does it meet drainage, utilities, et cetera, we'll go through those traps. It'll come here, it'll go to city council. It's not that the development is impossible, it is these are allowed by right today. Somebody can come in with this size of acreage, this is 4.25 acres. The original proposal, as you can see up on top, was 64 residential units. In an area that was, that's the layout. I think they're down to 45 in this particular descriptor. And this is what that type of development looks like on the coast. So these are not new nuances, but these are definitely pack it in. What did Sam Walton used to say? Stack them deep and sell them cheap. Same similar mantra. So it's got a street that runs through it, a public street, Pecan Hill and Linden. Well, you're shaking your head no, it was originally a public street till I said we don't want a public street because that street is really only going to be utilized by the residents who live in that neighborhood.
No, it's on your master plan. Let's go.
That was drawn in by the prior assistant city manager who doesn't work here anymore. So, again, from a non-conforming use, you can't further subdivide an existing lot. And again, we wanted to match the built environment. What does that block system look like? It's just some predictability for the residents who live in that particular area. These are the tables that would change. We have a minimum lot size in P2 of 1 acre and in the P3 of 0.33 acres. Build 2 lines. So we're going to talk about build 2 lines, which are also setbacks and a variety of other lots. And so I think there's a code change here. Yeah, that goes in. So, any questions?
All right.
I have a question. Go ahead.
Whoever.
So we're looking at a third of an acre, basically. Lot size.
For a P3, yes.
For a P3. What size driveway would that accommodate to a house? Because in the past, we've discussed 1 vehicle per bedroom. If you get 3 or 4 vehicles in a family, most people down here don't use their garage for vehicles, means you're in the driveway. So how much space is that allowing for vehicles in a concrete driveway?
So we'll talk about that on the next slide, but the plan is also for you to match your built environment. So if, like in the section of the new addition, those setbacks are 60 feet, so you need to match what that 60 foot is. If you're on Pecan and your setbacks are averaging 22 feet, that should be your setback. The plan is to have the lots large enough and deep enough so that you are parking on your lot and not spilling out over into the street.
Is that possible for like a 40 by 80 driveway? That would accommodate 4 vehicles.
A 40 by 80 driveway.
Yeah,
Yes,
40
10
wide,
foot by,
80 long.
yes.
You could need about 20 by 40 per vehicle.
Mhm. So these have an impervious cover of 50% now. So we've reduced the impervious cover. So we'll have to think about what parking surface, that's on also a different slide, what kind of parking surfaces we're gonna allow to give some credit for impervious cover.
We're also going to discuss ADUs.
Yes, but not at this meeting, those are on your,
Next one.
no, the one after that.
Okay. Thank you.
So Sylvia, how did you come up with the standard? I mean, the what is it, 3, what is it? I'm sorry, I'm tired of my life. 0.316, where did you?
We took an average of every single lot that is zoned that,
Downtown,
everywhere.
okay. So that's the average.
Mhm.
Have you considered doing something based on, like per acre? Like have so many dwelling units per acre? And, maybe where it's broken up, where you can have,
That sounds like a Pablo conversation.
well, I'm not having it with Paul.
Yeah, no, but he's, and he'll come up here. One of the things we talked about is, yes, a number of units per acre, because once you throw in a house, and then you throw in an ADU, and then you throw in anything else that could be allowed, you end up with what was once a single-family zone into a multifamily zone. This is the first pass. Everybody has said 1 ADU is important, so here you end up with 2 units on, a third of an acre essentially. How big is your lot right now?
Tiny. I mean, they couldn't build on, they couldn't do that in Con Park.
It's about 4,500 square feet.
I think so. I think it's actually a little smaller than that.
And Pecan Park, Piney Creek Bend, Riverside Grove, those are all planned development neighborhoods. Those have relief in the code, so to speak. Again, if you can drain it, if you can serve it, if you can park it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. The next thing on our list, and I'm sorry we're piecemealing it, is the width of the streets.
Yeah.
Again, old planning says if you shrink the street, you'll shrink the number of cars on it, you'll shrink the speed, and et cetera, et cetera.
Well, the only reason I'm asking is if we have, certain number per acre, let's just say, in a pecan park, you could potentially have really smaller a lot smaller homes, and then some larger homes, so that you really do offer a diverse opportunity for people to live in my neighborhood.
So your neighborhood it wouldn't even fall into this because you're in a planned development district. Yeah.
But a neighborhood,
So the downtown neighborhood.
well, or a new development that's going in.
A new development could do a planned development district where they could do that. This is really, we took the entire average of the entire city, but yes, this is really in the Iredell district. Yes. And I hear the argument, you're preventing infill and affordable housing in the most attractive area of the town. And perhaps, but I've also got to think about what is fiscally responsible. Those kinds of densities that were planned, people talk about, why isn't Linden done? Why isn't Water Street done? Why isn't Farm Street done? Well, the reality of it is because staff was planning for some pretty significant densities, and they were planning to take drainage underground, drainage which is right now surface drainage in very many of those areas. That drove the cost of those 5 streets from $5 million into well over the $12 and $13 million range. It starts to become unattainable. And what happened? We borrowed 3 different times for those streets, and the money sits there because it's still not enough. And every year that we go through, it's still not enough.
Okay, thank you.
All right, commissioners, do we have anything else? All right, we're gonna open up the public hearing for item 8A. Let's see here. I have Tim Lebowitz, wishes to, Tom, sorry, I said Tim, sorry, Tom, wishes to speak in opposition of agenda item 8. Please come up, sir, state your name, location, you have 3 minutes.
Tom Leibowitz, 1501 Hill Street.
Push that button that it says tall ship.
In the middle. In the middle of the bottom stand.
Thanks, my laptop was blocking. Thank you, Jeff. This is actually not the page I'm interested in starting with. We can go to the page that shows the distribution there of the houses. This is perfect. This is a perfect example of averages. So Sylvia was talking about math. I'm pretty good at math. I have a master's degree in math, a master's in finance, and MBA. I'm a fellow of the Society of Bachelors. I do math for a living. And what I can tell you is that nobody will take an average and make that the minimum. Because if you do, and you come over here, you can see that doesn't work, that one doesn't work, and that one doesn't work. That's not how you take a distribution to then come up with a benchmark. If you have a distribution and you want to find a minimum, you go to the lower end. Now I'd like to talk about affordability and what it looks like when you have a 1/3 of an acre minimum. The cheapest 1/3 of an acre minimum property downtown is 1306 Farm Street. Anybody know that one? It's the one that has a brick building that has collapsed on the lot. Second is $850,000. That's for a duplex, which wouldn't be allowed. Then we've got $1.35 million. Raise your hand if you can afford a $1.35 million house. All right, so so it is not something where we have affordability when we have 1/3 of an acre. So, I mean, I'm just very surprised that we're taking an approach like this. If we're talking about something that's gonna work in Bastrop. The number of lots downtown that are a third of an acre or more that is for sale today is 0. So what we're talking about is making everything completely off limits to everyone. If that's the goal, and the goal is no growth whatsoever, without having to have some sort of variance and variation and going through some sort of an alternative process, then congratulations, we are successful. But if the goal is to have realistic growth, then setting minimums based on averages and a third of an acre isn't going to work, because let's go back to mine for a second. So when we look up here and we look at the roads that we've got on here, in addition to the lots, the roads take up, and the detention pond, which is over there, take up roughly a quarter of the lot size, which means that if somebody's going to build at a third of an acre, they're going to need to have an average of at least a half an acre lot each. Bringing it back to what's for sale today and who's going to be able to buy it, the answer is nobody. So we're not going to ever be able to build this. So this feels to me completely unrealistic and seems to be completely counterproductive to coming up with a solution that's going to work for Bastrop. So, those are my concerns. Yes?
Is there a possible place to put this subdivision or this area somewhere other than historic Bastrop?
I don't know what historic Bastrop means. Tell me what that means.
Historic homes that were built since, 1900 through 1950, 60.
So does that mean my 1890 home
I'm not
that I live
saying
in doesn't count?
I'm not saying it. My question is, can something like this be built somewhere that's not in this part of Bastrop? Because they're trying to keep the neighborhoods looking the same.
So I think we can make the neighborhoods look the same with the types of houses that we put in. I mean, Jody, my wife, can talk a lot more about the types of houses that we have, but they're going to have front porches, they're going to be made of wood, they're going to be raised 2.5 feet like the houses nearby, so they will absolutely look like many of the houses nearby. They're going to look an awful lot like the house that I lived on North Main, or the 2 homes that we own on Garfield. And to the question of, do we want a place that is walkable, to be near the high school, to be near the senior center, so that people who go to the high school or work at the high school can
Where's
walk
the high
there?
school? Is the high school on there? I can't see
Let's
it.
see, Hill Street. It's further south, right down there.
Okay.
Senior center is right up there. So if the question is, do we want to have, and we've got lots of housing that is fairly inexpensive over there on Main, and those people walk to HEB. And a while back, there was a question about walking to Lowe's. And I said, yeah, I'd walk to Lowe's, and there was a snide comment about, with you bringing home your 2x4s. I'd gone to Lowe's that week so that I could pick up a fire extinguisher and carbon monoxide detectors. Yes, I want people to be able to walk all the way to Lowe's. And no, I don't want to take people who aren't making a lot of money and say, let's push them out of town. I want to give them the opportunity to live as close to town as possible.
I didn't know till tonight that this was your thing. I had no clue.
All right.
So.
Well, anybody who has questions about it can come and ask
But
us.
I was just wondering, if I was going to do something like this, I would put it out of the city limits so I don't have to deal with the city.
Great. We bought this property, and it's ours, and we are building housing for people who are making between 60 and 80% of the median family income in the region, which is $126,000. So this is for people who are making between $68,000 and $96,000 a year. And no, I don't want to live in a discriminatory, racist environment where we push poor people out of the city limits. And I know that's not what you're implying, but it is certainly what somebody could be implying when they say, we don't want those types of people living nearby, why don't you go further out? And I know that's not your intent, but it would be easy to improve.
It sounds like a very nice development. I mean, it'll be very pretty. I can see it already in my mind's eye. I just know it doesn't match anything in the neighborhood. I don't know if that's bad or good.
Depends on what you mean by match. The houses are very similar. The layout is very similar. So I would say we have done our best. In fact, the designs that we have for the houses come from the city's design book. So it is absolutely going to look a lot more like the rest of the city.
Are they considered houses or condos or?
Well, that's an excellent question. So I will say yes and yes, in that they are single-family houses with some duplexes. However, because of the way the roads are set up and the way the lots are laid out, there will be an overarching POA regime and condo regime so that we can have the units. So it won't be condos in the traditional sense that you may be thinking of in terms of a big building with several stories and lots of units, but it will have that sort of
Condos side by
construct.
side.
Yeah, yeah.
No yards, no, they attach to each other.
They,
Side by
right,
side.
they will, with the exception of the duplexes, be single-family residences that meet the International Building Code regulations around setbacks but probably not the setbacks that are laid out here. Yes, go ahead.
First of all, I thank you for thinking about affordable housing, because we desperately need it. Sorry about that. Tom, thank you for thinking about affordable housing, because it's something we desperately need in the area. The other slide talks about a planned development district, and I'm sorry for my lack of knowledge on this, but is a planned development district an option for you to build this development?
So this development is, as Sylvia has noted, is already down the road, right? So we are grandfathered in under the existing rules. We won't need to, if we were to do this again somewhere else, the answer would be yes, correct? Yeah. And we've worked with Doc and his team. So if and when we complete this, so we have a nonprofit called the Homes for Good Foundation. Homes for, number 4, good.care. You can go to our newly formed website and learn more about it. But yeah, let's say that this is a success and that we want to do this again somewhere else, then we would have to follow the rules that Sylvia's talked about tonight.
So what was your concern? Sounds
My concern.
This is happening.
This is my concern. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to get anybody.
I know.
I am sure that you probably will be coming back to us with this, right?
No.
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 We're following all the rules. We're going.
I just want to make sure. All right. We can proceed.
I'm worried about this for everybody. I'm not here for me. That's why I didn't start off on this page. I am here because I understand the economics of real estate. And I understand that the fewer units we have, the more they're going to cost. The bigger they are, the more they're going to cost. The more land that's taken up, the more they're going to cost. The fewer units, the more competition, which is also going to raise prices.
In some areas, we're not going to be able to do, because of the infrastructure, as she said, just can't do some things.
I totally get it. And it's all a balance. And I have come up here to express my concerns about a minimum being set at just above the average, with an example where we can see that half of the lots that are taken in calculating that average wouldn't pass the test. That is my concern.
All right. Thank you.
And if anybody has any questions?
We kind of went long on our citizen comment on this time, right? But thank you, Tom. We appreciate it. All right. We have Pablo Serna that would like to speak in support of item A. Please.
Okay, Pablo Serna, 1104 Hill Street. I think I'm supporting, and I think it's not fully baked out. And I think that was the comment that was brought up. 0.3 acres is 13,000 something square feet. That's really big. And that would be the minimum lot size in a P3 neighborhood. A full acre, well, we know is 43,000 square feet. So what I've seen in other towns and municipalities, they have a small lot size. And so that can be calculated at a fifth of an acre or 1.15 or something like that. You can come up with these smaller lot sizes, because I think one of the things, when you talk about authentic Bastrop, yes, it's people, but it's also places. And there are quite a few examples, and I checked and I looked, and there's a lot of duplexes, okay? There's Fireman's Park, there's duplexes right there. If you go to behind the fireman's station, at that corner, there's townhomes right there. If you go further up, over on, down Wilson, there's a number of duplexes. So duplexes are here. They weren't here before. They were here before B3. B3 didn't create them. What B3 saw is that variety of lot size is one of the authentic things that Bastrop does do. And so removing that and going to a really large lot, the .3 is a large lot, we will limit what the availability is. So I know ADUs are going to be a help. Patricia started mentioning something I was talking about, and I know I spoke to Sylvia and her team, the density unit per acre. You could do that. You could say in this block, we'll let 5 or 7 dwelling units exist. And that could be a variety. You assign 2 units to a duplex, 1 unit to a primary, and half a unit to each of the ADUs. And let that development happen. And there you have that variety. So variety, I think, was one of the things that Bastrop did have. And you can increase that density the farther out you get. Because one of the things the B3 code does do is talk about village centers. And we have a village center at Main Street. We need to have one across the river there, and we'll probably have more of them. Those village centers are what creates walkability. People will walk. It's been known that they'll walk up to half a mile if it's well planned. And that brings people in. And I just want to make one more statement about the automobile. When the code says alternatives to the automobile, it wasn't that the automobile was gone. Every street section that you brought up in that chapter 5 has automobiles on it and automobiles parked. But what it added to it were sidewalks and bike lanes. So alternatives, multimodal transportation means sidewalks, bicycles, not train, but bus stops. That's just part of the plan. We weren't getting rid of we know we're not gonna get rid of the car, but we wanted to create a walkable community, and so it wasn't auto-centric, it was gonna be pedestrian-centric. Thank you.
Thank you, Pablo. All right, we have Melinda Larson. She does not wish to speak, but she is in support of item 8A. And if I don't have any other people who would like, oh, we got it, sorry. All right, Ron Whipple.
My name's Ron Whipple. I live at 129 Mahalua Lane in Bastrop. Tahitian Village, all of their lots are approximately a quarter acre. And in the early days of development in the 70s, they had a 2-lot requirement to build a house there, mainly because septic was required. And there wasn't enough footprint in a quarter acre to have a house and a septic drain field. A few years back, the POA changed the rules to only require 1 quarter acre lot to build a house. They also changed the building codes from 20 feet from the property line to 5. And I lived on a street back in the day when that came into effect, that change. And all of a sudden, there were sections of road where you would drive your golf cart or whatever modes of transportation you were in, and you would see house, 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 5 houses. Where in the old days there might have been 2, with only 10 feet between the houses. And it was a shock to most residents there to see suburbia taking over Tahitian Village. And when I hear about lot sizes, a third of an acre doesn't seem big enough to me, but it certainly seems reasonable, especially if you allow houses to be built closer to the property line. And to make it even smaller is going to increase density of your city. And it's not going to be the same city anymore. It's going to be jam-packed with smaller houses and more people, more traffic, more cars, and you're going to lose the flavor of your city. I drive around the city a lot. I work for the food pantry, so I do a lot of deliveries. I see small houses, well-maintained houses. I see low-income houses. All of them real nice. All the neighborhoods I drive through are nice. I see some of the larger lot sizes, P2, P3, whatever they are. But the city has a very country characteristic and charm. And you increase density, you're going to lose all that, and you can't go back. So what I'm saying is, minimum lot sizes, a third of an acre, 1 acre, perfectly reasonable in my mind, but it's just my opinion.
Thanks, sir. Well, we don't have anyone else. Come on up.
I know I said I wasn't gonna speak again, but I changed my mind.
That's why I called on you earlier. I knew you was wanting to have something.
Jimmy Kraut, 605 Buttonwood Street. So my house is in the old historic part of town as well. I think my lot is small for the historic part, and it's 7,700 square feet. And I think it's 65-foot frontage by maybe 130 feet deep. And my only question with this development, and I think it's a great idea to infill as much as we can, but the drainage on it, so if you take the minimum lot size, what are you doing with the water? And this is in an older part of town as well, so you have to think about the impervious cover that you're going to be adding by sticking 40 units on this much property. So you have roof, you have slab, you have sidewalks, you have a driveway, you have a street, I think I saw on this plan. And so what are you doing with all of that drainage? I know that if it's a commercial property, that you have to maintain your own drainage. So you have to have a pond within your property, right, to contain all of your water. And I don't know, I couldn't tell what it was on this drawing, if there was a pond there, if it's just going in the street. You also have to consider the traffic. So if you have 40 units or 60 units or 12 units, you still have, if it's the average of 12, then you have that many cars. So if you have 40 units, you have probably times 2 people in each residence. You have that many cars that you have to park or accommodate on the street. And the streets, at least on my street, I can't park but a couple of cars in front of my house. So I don't know what we would do with all the cars if there's 40 units or 12 units or 60 units. That's a lot of cars to think about as far as the minimum lot size. So I think those things are something you really have to think about, is the impervious cover, the amount of water that's going to shed off of that property, and the parking and what you're going to do with the cars. And then also the big truck traffic. On an old street, I live on Buttonwood Street. If you've been down Buttonwood Street, it's got so many potholes on it, it's hard to drive down. Every time an Amazon truck comes down my street, it makes my potholes a little bit bigger. Every time Tracy's grocery store people make a loop in front of my house, because my house is the loop of Tracy's grocery store, I get bigger potholes in front of my street. So The streets from Bastrop weren't designed back then to carry that large traffic, so we'd have to think about what we're doing to the streets. Also, water and sewer pipes. I don't think that part of Bastrop or the old part of Bastrop was designed to accommodate those old pipes or for that many houses. I think I heard it before, but thank you.
Thank you, Jim. All right, we don't have anyone else. We are going to close the public hearing. Commissioners.
I've got a question from Ms. Sylvia.
Yes, sir.
You've obviously done the math on this, so give us the math when it comes to the 1/3 acre. You're thinking on that, and the 1 acre. That sounds very reasonable to me, but probably would help for you to show people the math.
That's the math, and he's right, it's 0.29. You can see that we said the average was 0.3 acres. If you're gonna go down, I mean, again, this is scattered all over the place. We just took a, right in the center, which is 0.33.
Right.
And we did do the analysis throughout the entire city for both P2 and P3.
For drainage and parking and.
Well, we did the
Or
analysis
discovery.
of what exists.
Okay.
What exists, what's on the ground. And again, taking into account that if I were to take all of that drainage underwater, if we had a smaller lot size minimum per se, 4,500, Patrice's amount, what that does to the drainage, what that does to the pipes and things that are underground that I'll need to upgrade. And, you know, there's a point of diminishing return where it's cost prohibitive for the city to go in and do all of those things.
Got it. Good.
Commissioner Estes. Yes.
Is there any way you can put the P2, P3 map up there for everybody to see?
Can you?
This one?
No, that's
No.
that computer.
That's okay. So we have a map, and you can find this map online. It shows where the P2 and P3, really where all the Ps are located, P1 through 5. When I look at, you know, if you take Main Street and go all the way north until you start running out what I call out of town, it's a grid system. It is square blocks all the way up. And the houses have been built there since the 1800s until now. Right now, if someone wanted to subdivide that lot, their lot, they have to go through the city and ask permission, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So that's already in place. I think what we're trying to do here is for new construction that's happening outside the city centers. Because if we don't make a minimum lot size, then we are going to see sections of town like Mr. Laurie, I'm sorry, your last name? Yeah. His concern about, you know, some of the neighborhoods getting very dense. And I believe, through reading all this and talking to Sylvia, is that it's an infrastructure problem. We don't have a place for the water to go. And everybody remembers the floods, and we don't need to do that again. Now, if you live out in the country and you have to put a septic on your property, you need at least 1/3 of an acre, I think.
Half.
You can do it.
Half. By state law, you need half. If you have access to a water line, you can do it at half an acre. If you don't have a water line, you need an acre.
Well, I mean, I sell property, that's my job.
Yeah.
And there are properties with septics on them right now that are 1/4 acre. And they have sprayers, they use the aerobic system sprayers up top. You can do that. Now, if you live in a city with sewer, you can easily put a house on 1/4 of an acre. Because our entire neighborhood, as she knows, Collin Park, everybody, it's 0.2. It's not even 0.25. Now, I live in a cul-de-sac on the corner, so mine's 0.33. Okay, so when I mow my backyard, it takes me a long time. So, keep that in mind, that they have, anybody who wants to subdivide has to go to the city, and the city has to give them permission to do that. Same thing in the county, by the way. Now, she's fixing to get to rule, right? Are we fixing to go to rule, or do we have to vote on this section?
You can make a recommendation on a different lot size, you can,
Yeah.
it comes back on the 20th.
Well, I'm not gonna make the recommendation, but I do think we can do it on a quarter of an acre. I do think so. If the infrastructure can take it, I don't see a reason why we can't put 4 homes on an acre in a square. I just,
2-story.
so, that's my 2 cents.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Parsons?
Yeah, I had a question, just like right out of my brain, hang on a minute.
I'll ask one real quick, or make a statement real quick while you're thinking about that. You know, the issue, you know, this is a starting place for your developments. You'll go down. There's PDD, you know, for us to do. And so this is just a starting point. It's a pretty darn good one. It's an average. And we know that with the map done here that the infrastructure we have now, and the flooding plans we have now would sustain this. It's kind of a no-brainer to me. Just saying. Go ahead.
So is the city staff willing to consider what Pablo has recommended?
Yes, the conversation and the concern is if you do it on a per acre, who's first and who's last. So you have a larger lot, you can put your house, your ADU, and you may have a larger lot and can get another ADU. But the house next, Pablo's neighborhood is a perfect example. He's bounded by a property that's about an acre and then several smaller. Who gets to determine if the first one got most of the units because he has a larger lot, does that leave the last one out in the cold?
Well, is it possible for the city staff to, if we table this conversation tonight, and I know you don't want to hear that, but table the conversation for tonight and come back to us with some other ideas about minimum lot size based on, because what I really would like to see is for us to have some flexibility built in. And, well, and you know, just in terms of the number of homes per on the site, I mean, I would really like to see some flexibility, and I'm not, maybe I'm just missing it, because I'm really tired and my legs hurts, but that's my recommendation, is that we table it, you come back to us with some suggestions on how we could maybe make it a little bit more flexible. And
So-
again, I don't totally understand the problem that you were mentioning, I get it that there is one, but there's no way I'm gonna understand it tonight, so,
So this is staff's recommendation. If the commission wants us to come back to something else, I need a motion tonight for that.
well, I'd like to make a motion that we postpone and ask the staff to come back with some other.
No, I need a motion for action that gives me specific action. Telling me to go out and look for something else, I can come back with.
Okay, I gotta think about it. Think about it a minute, let me write it out.
I would like to just mention one thing, though, about the minimum lot size and just the flexibility. So the whole non-conforming provision does just that. If you do have a lot in a neighborhood where, on average, the lots are a quarter an acre, it is written that you can have your quarter acre lot. So this third of an acre it doesn't preclude the further development of other lots that match that fabric. The flexibility is in the code currently, as written.
Well,
proposed.
I'm just wondering if the way that, if I understand the way that Pablo's explained it to me, if we go with his suggestion, it also takes care of the duplex question.
No, Commissioner Parsons, because I think the bigger issue, as we're gonna get into in uses, is what has been asked of staff by the residents in the inundation after the Pecan Street demolition was give me some predictability about what's gonna happen next to me. And I cannot in good conscience tell a person who lives in that area that something other than a single-family house will go up. Because I don't have that assurance today, and I won't have that assurance on a density per acre either. And I understand the affordability question, but at what point is the affordability of others at the risk of those who it's impacting? And I know you've said don't pit one group against the other, but there comes to be a point of affordability where the city is sustaining water, wastewater, all of the other things, and the only mechanism to do that is through the property tax rate.
Can I ask a really stupid question? Are we only talking about the downtown area, or are we talking about citywide?
This is citywide.
Okay.
And Ms. Sylvia, if we could go to the non-conforming language, just so that the commission can see. So it's written so that it's even administrative in nature. So we're not trying to put the community through several processes and or public meetings. And it's right there if you go to 4B, and it says an application can be administratively approved by the Director of Development Services if properties within 500 feet of the adjacent structures or lots have similar encroachments, building standards, setbacks, building lines, or lot sizes. And the application is generally consistent with the surrounding built environment. So the third of an acre is the metric we're just kind of adopting, but there's still the provision to match your neighborhood. There's still, it's administrative in nature, just to put that out there.
So part of my story, we keep talking about authentic Bastrop. As part of what we're trying to do tonight, it came up for the demo. We're only talking about vacant lots. So we come up with a .33 requirement, we agree upon that, y'all do. If this bottom lot was .66, they can make 2 lots out of it. So I want to clarify, we have people in our office daily, weekly, I want to buy this piece of property, I got an existing house on it, how many lots can I cut up? So if you take this 0.5 acres, and I want to stress, this isn't just vacant lots, it's all these existing properties that we're trying to keep authentic in downtown Bastrop. So if this 0.5 went to a 1/4 acre, do you want that lot in 2 acres? That's where we came up with the average. But I want to be sure you clarify that is, not just vacant lots. There's people weekly looking at these properties, well, man, I had a 1/2 acre, I make 4 acres out there, or 4,000 or 5,000 square foot lot. So the first intent was to keep these existing lots. As Viviana's touching on, if you got an existing platted lot that meets our requirements, the house that was brought up earlier on Roosevelt, that was a vacant lot. There was a concern about moving a house in, but that was a legally vacant lot. The concern is taking these existing old town lots and subdividing them into smaller pieces that then match the rest of the neighborhood.
Quick question, which would help explain some of this to me. So to use your example again, the home in the bottom left-hand corner, 0.5 acres. There is a process, or is there a process for the owner of that home to say, you know what, I'd like to sell that lot, that empty lot north of it, and have it divided up into a 1/4 acre each, even if we pass this, or if we recommend that we go to 0.33 acre?
If your minimum lot size is 0.33, no, that can't be subdivided any further. If your minimum lot size is 0.25, that can be subdivided further. And I'll also tell you that's an administrative plat in nature because it has water, sewer, road, everything. That's administered in-house. Nobody ever sees the light of day on that one.
I have to go up past my limit.
That's your guy right there.
Bye.
Good night. I understand. Yeah, we're still good. All right. Do we have any kind of motions?
Make a motion.
Yes, sir.
Motion on pending the.
Microphone, please, sir.
Can't hear you, sorry.
Can't hear you.
My Weber jammer's not on?
There you go.
All right. Excuse me. I propose the motion be the amending the Bastrop Code ordinance related to Chapter 14, the Bastrop Code, Building Block B3 Code, Section 6.3.008, lot occupation, establish standards for the first layer setback to P2 and P3, section 6.3.003, building placement by established standards for the first layer setback. And the P2, P3, section 6.5033, standard, building standards per place type by establishing standards for the first layer setback in P2 and P3, adding and clarifying statement to the lot structure diagram in chapter 6, private grading development standards, and adding a clarifying statement to layer definition in chapter 10 definitions, all related to pages 54 through 58.
Did you just read, I think
Yeah.
you read.
He read, he read.
I caught on at the end there. You gotta read 8-8.
Hey, what about?
8-8, please, sir.
It's this one, Commissioner.
What
He
I
read
had
number 9.
You did.
Read number 9?
Yes.
What says 8 right here?
Page 58. Page 58.
That's what I just read.
Proposed changes to
Recommendations.
make recommendations.
That's what I just read.
What's that?
That's what I got on 58 here. Is that not it?
That, we're not on setbacks.
This is what should be in your packet.
It's, yeah, here it is. It's on the other side of the page. It just says summary of proposed B3 code.
Maria, right there. All right. All right. Make a motion to enact, we're gonna act on, amend the Bastrop Code ordinance related to chapter 14, the Bastrop Building Block B3 Code, section 6.3.008, lot occupations, establishing standards for minimum lot size in P2 and P3, sections 6.5.003, building standards per place type by establishing standards for the minimum lot size in P2 and P3, and sections 2.4.001, non-conforming uses and structures to include non-conforming lots.
That's it. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Can I clarify that the 1/3 of an acre
Yes,
section?
that's the .33.
Where does it say?
It doesn't say that, that's why we're asking.
.33.
It's on the-
The P2 is 1 acre.
In the motion. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Alondra?
Yes. Christopher Toth,
Yes.
Ashwell Harris,
Yes.
Keith Alborn,
Yes.
Gary Mons.
Yep.
Jeffrey Estes.
No.
And Dan Brown.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Passes 5-1. All right, on to item 9A. Conduct a public hearing and consider to enact to amend the Bastrop Code of Ordinances related to Chapter 14, the Bastrop Building Block B3 Code, Section 6.3.008, lot occupation and establishing standards for a first layer setback in P2 and P3, Section 6.3.003, building placement by establishing standards in the first layer setback in P2 and P3, Section 6.5.003, building standards type. Building standards for place type by establishing standards for the first layer setback in P2 and P3. This amendment seeks to allow the creation of infill development in residential areas that matches the built environment, providing residents with predictable.
All right, thank you. I'll try to get through these pretty quickly. The B3 code is again, a new urbanism code meant to encourage walkability and to create a public and private realm. What does that mean? That means setbacks as little as 10 feet from the front. Essentially, it wants you to open your door and spill out onto a sidewalk. What we're proposing is what you build should match what's around you. I'm going to show you some instances that have gone up since this code has been adopted that do not match, and they sort of stick out like a sore thumb. First one is Jefferson. Mr. Sherna actually brought this up because he's working with the client. The B3 code has several housing types that are allowed in a particular zone. The particular housing type that was built is called a courtyard or a courthouse. The definition is pretty specific of a courthouse. You can see it's essentially a zero lot line house that takes up a good portion. What was presented to the staff that beat us at our own definition was this is lot line to lot line. This particular developer left us 2.5 feet all the way across. And so legal said that's not the definition of a courthouse then. So what does that look like? Well, that looks like a structure that is really close to the street. This is the foundation that's going up at the house. This is a portion of the house that, again, doesn't look like it's going to match the built environment, even though it went through Historic Landmark Commission and got a certificate of appropriateness. That's what that house is supposed to look like. So that porch, what you see here is a portion of that foundation. That porch is still going to encroach further out, closer to the street. And while that doesn't seem like it makes a big deal, if you look at the setbacks of the houses around it, they're much further. If this house next door, which I believe is the one Mr. Sherman was working on, if he were to match the front yard setback, he's going to be essentially seeing the middle of this house. That visual free space along that neighborhood doesn't match any longer. This is Mr. Crouch's house on MLK. Again, you see the house is meant to spill out onto the sidewalk, the parking at the rear. You see the house that belongs to Mr. Peterson a good deal further back. Again, as you're trying to create an authentic place, you want to match what's in the built environment. And so the setback is proposing to do just that you match what's around you. We are cognizant that several of the areas around town have different setbacks. New Addition, 65 feet, Piney Ridge, 68 feet, 60 feet. And so the proposal is that you match either side of you, essentially. And that, again, keeps the neighborhood aesthetic and it keeps the visual view of the neighborhood, and it just creates some continuity. And so what we're saying is 2 lots to the left, 2 lots to the right, plus or minus 5 feet. And those are administrative in nature. And so we are first layer setback, the changes to match the built environment. Any questions? It's as little as 5 feet in P4. Hence, the apartments on Blakey spill right onto 969.
This is the standard that most homes,
Yes.
most small towns have been built for like 200
Yes.
years.
Yes.
Gotcha.
All right. I am going to open up the public hearing for item 9A. All right, we have Miss Melinda Larson. She does not wish to speak, but she is in favor of item 9A. And that is it. No one else? Oh.
His was on there. Yeah.
Oh, you had it, dual. Sorry, I've been rolling through it. Come on up. I'll let you guys go.
Can you hold that slide there? Okay. Pablo Serna, 1104 Hill Street. Okay, if you look, under build to line, it's a range. And a range means that it can be as close as something and farther back. I've actually worked on Gary's house, and we went back. We matched the houses next to us, so Sylvia's on the right track. We need to look at the houses around us and match what's there. If you were in some neighborhoods, I know, I think Mr. Plunkett mentioned the setback to his neighborhood is like 60 feet. So you certainly want to have a range that works. The house that was on Jefferson Street, the client that I was working with to do their home, they, yeah, there you go. It's right in that in between those two houses right there. Plans were underway. It's an older couple, so things were moving at a different pace. So we couldn't get into permits soon enough. Our setback matches the house back there, but because this particular developer, I think might be owner occupied, he was able to find a loophole, and there's no lot next to him. It's empty, so he didn't have to do that. And he's right on the corner, so he did. I'll go back to, if you don't say something, you're gonna get just whatever people wanna do. And he took advantage of that. He went to the lower end of that setback range, and that's what he did. Now, again, going back to the intent of the code, so this, one of the problems with B3 is we kind of thought people would give us their best effort. And I think what's gonna happen is, if you don't really are very specific about it, go all the way out 200 feet, that's a good distance, and what is around us, what are we trying to do? So those are things, think of B3 as a living document. It's a start. Maybe it was a little naive in thinking that the rest of town would like the historic patterns, and that's what we're finding out, it's not working out. And there's problems with even that. I will say this about density. All the density from the B3 code comes in the P4, okay? In P3, there is a diagram on there, a traditional neighborhood diagram, and I forgot what page it is, but that house is set back. If you can imagine Pecan Street, it's set back and has the garage set back even farther. So that was the traditional neighborhood development pattern for P3. The house type that was presented for Jefferson Street, that he ended up doing this one right here, and I know it's hard to read, but this courthouse is not allowed in those areas. So again, you have to kind of look at the code, what's being proposed, can you do it there? There's a permission, there's not a permission. It's those kind of things that you have to jump through. So the B3 code was a little convoluted in that regard. I think making it easier is a good thing. I go back to density. If that's the driver, and you're going to try to, what you're trying to do now is control density with a minimum lot size. I think the mathematician pointed out it's a hard thing to do. I think you can control density at a bigger. Other towns do this, so I'm not making this up. This is not me coming up with this math here. You can control density at a bigger picture, and it's more dense in certain neighborhoods. You can look at the satellite map and you can see really tight subdivisions. And so again, complicated, but I would say we're on the right track with the facts.
Thanks, sir. All right, do we have anyone else? Come on. Thought you say you weren't going to speak that much. No, come on. We appreciate everything you have to bring to. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I have to speak up for my house. I didn't realize my other house was going to be on a slide. So my statement would be, this house was designed, and it was moved from Water Street in the middle of town to Martin Luther King. When I took out the permits and stuff, this code just came into effect. So it's one of the first houses built per the code. And you can see every house, and this is in an island, and my house is for sale. So I don't want to really dog on the house and the setback. But every other house on this street is set back at least 25 feet. This house that I built, the front porch is 8 feet from the property line per the code. And it's the only one. So it's not very noticeable if you drive down the street. I mean, it is in this picture, but there's a drainage ditch to the left and there's empty land to the right. So if you were to go to 200 feet, you would still hit at least a 25-foot setback in this neighborhood. But it does look odd. It would look odder if that was the only house that was stuck out like that. But since there's empty land to the right and a drainage ditch to the left, it's not that bad. But I wouldn't recommend keeping that. I would recommend doing the neighborhood average like y'all are proposing, and then you wouldn't have something that, you know. I'm glad she got a good shot of the house.
All right. Thank you, Jim.
And then I just want to point out, the difficult thing for staff, and you heard Pablo, an architect, you heard his wife saying she has an at-home tutor, and it's difficult for them. Imagine the difficulty for staff trying to rummage our way through this code, and then add to that definitions that are specific, and the attorney saying, well, no, he gave you 2.5 feet there, because this house is not allowed. Not allowed, a courtyard house wouldn't have been allowed. And the attorney going, oh, he gave you 2.5 feet, technically that doesn't meet the definition anymore, so it's allowed. Staff takes them through the Historic Landmark Commission for a certificate of appropriateness. The Historic Landmark Commission says, yeah, we like it, but it's add a porch, add a wraparound porch, which further encroaches into that setback. So their internal traps that are created, just, we talked about unintended consequences. This is a severe unintended consequence.
All right, thank you. If we have no other citizen comments, we're gonna close the public hearing. Yes, sir.
Make a motion that we make a recommendation on amending the Bastrop Code of Ordinances related to Chapter 14, the Bastrop Building Block B3 Code, Section 6.3.008, lot occupation, establishing standards for the first layer setback in P2 and P3, Section 6.3.003, building placement by establishing standards for the first layer setback in P2 and P3. Section 6.5.003, building standards per place type by establishing standards to the first layer setback in P2 and P3.
I'll be a second on that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Lodge, can you call for roll, please?
Yes, Christopher Toth.
Yes.
Ishmael Harris.
Yes.
Keith Alborn.
Yes.
Gary Moss.
Yep.
Jeffrey Estes.
Yes.
And David Barron.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, passes unanimous. On to item 10. Conduct a public hearing. Consider an act to amend the Bastrop Code of Ordinances related to Chapter 14, the Bastrop Building Block B3 Code, Article 6.5, building types by removing duplexes as an allowable building type from P2 and P3. Sections 6.5.001, permitted building types per place by removing duplexes from P2 and P3. This amendment seeks to retain single-family characteristics in single-family zones. Madam City Manager.
Thank you, Chair. The picture up on the screen speaks for itself. That's 1005 Pecan. For those of you who attended Historic Landmark or the last Planning Commission meeting right before this actually went to demo, you'll understand the heated feelings that were left in that room. What we created in the code as it's written today is a perfect storm. No lot size minimum and an allowed use of a duplex. So this person, theoretically, and it's somebody out of Austin, it's a developer out of Austin, purchased this property with no intent to rehabilitate the property. So the property was going to be demolished, and in its place is a plan to either, one, request a rezoning that allows for 2 fourplexes to be used for an Airbnb, or if we don't allow that through the rezoning process, then the intent is to subdivide this into further lots where he can put a duplex on the lot and end up with the same number of lots to be used as an Airbnb. What this really highlighted was, again, what is the integrity of a single-family neighborhood? And is a duplex, which again, in all of our zoning characteristics, an ADU is allowed by right. So when you mix a home, an additional dwelling unit, and everything else that can go on that lot, exacerbate that with a duplex, a quadplex, and additional ADUs, did we really keep the integrity of a single-family zone? And is that the expectation? And so the proposal tonight is to remove duplexes from P2 and P3 from permitted uses to a non-permitted use. We do have some duplexes currently allowed, and those would be grandfathered. Those are not going to be required to be demolished. The non-conforming relief, if something happens, these duplexes need to be replaced. We have a tornado, God forbid, a fire, they're allowed to be put back just the way they were. Any questions?
Why P2? I could understand maybe P3, but why P2?
P2 is a more rural zone, it's larger lots that should be single family, those are more larger agricultural lots. An ADU is still allowed by right in the P2, and the P2 will probably have more than one ADU because it has the space.
What effect is this gonna have on affordable housing? Anything?
Well, I'll tell you the traditional real estate argument is the greater number of lots you can put down or the greater number of units you can put down, that drives down the cost. Now, I don't know if that's the cost to the potential buyer or the cost to the developer and who ends up actually having an affordable unit.
Are all of those P2 like, what's the area over here called? Laura Lane? That's in P2.
Laura Lane.
Yeah, is that sewer? Is that all sewer?
Vivian,
City sewer?
where's P2? Where's the only area?
Not
that's
sure.
P2?
Most of that is septic.
P2, the majority of the P2.
Oh, P2, yeah, that's gonna be Piney Ridge.
Yes, exactly. That's why I was wondering why that area, because I've sold some houses in that area, and there's a lot of space and lots of trees. I don't know why you couldn't put a duplex in there, why that would bother somebody. I mean, you can't see the neighbor's house at all because it's so treed. And then I also noticed that the new development just south of the Colony on 969, that newest development is also P2.
Yeah, but think of having 60 duplexes in there.
So the unit at Valverde, which is south of the Colony,
Yes, yes.
that's a planned development district. It also went through a public improvement district.
Correct.
It also went through a development agreement.
So it'll end up being P3, right?
It's already been, well,
It-
so one of them was rezoned to P5, right? The one that last came to y'all, it's,
Right.
On automatic annexation, it comes in as immediately as P2.
Rural.
And then rural, and then they rezone to whatever proper zoning, whether it's P3.
Because
So like
those
Valverde.
lots aren't an acre.
Yeah, so like Valverde will be all zone P3,
Yeah.
and then, the commercial in the front was rezoned to P5,
Gotcha.
right, to meet the zoning.
And again, those have a development district similar to, or a development agreement similar to a planned development district, and so their rules are a little bit different. P2, the more rural, that is space, and a duplex just, that doesn't even align. I know what you get, that you can't see it, but those are more rural in nature.
Again, it's property owners, it's their property, they should be able to do what they want to, it's rural. You know, and if it's, do they have to go through you guys to build a house out there?
Yes, if it's within the city limits. Now, I will tell you, in the P2 rural, you're gonna be able to do more than one additional dwelling unit, simply because you'll have the space and you'll have the impervious cover.
You're getting around the rules then.
Well,
They could do two houses really close together,
single story, yes.
so. Okay, so that's been the people that are coming to me asking, why can't I use my land in P2 the way I want to? They're just gonna circumvent the rule. That's what they're gonna do.
Well, the additional dwelling unit, and that's gonna be a topic of conversation we pick up in March, is there was a discussion by the council on how big does your lot have to be before you're able to do more than one, or even one? How big does a lot have to be? Because again, I understand property rights, but your property rights stop at your boundary. And we put some better things in place in terms of parking and impervious cover, but it was the Wild West for a little bit here.
Oh, yeah.
By design.
What are you trying to do here, exactly?
Remove duplexes from the P2, P3. Remove a multifamily component from a single-family zone.
All right. If you don't have anything else, I'm gonna open up the public hearing. 10A. We have Melinda Larson. She does not wish to speak. Oh, she does wish to speak on this one. I see she's gone. So, she's just in support. All right. Christy Foreman does not wish to speak, but she is in support of item 10A. Darren Little wishes to speak? All right. Now, you've been waiting a minute, haven't you? All right. Please come up and give us a name and location, please, sir. Thank you.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
The center of the microphone.
Right on. Is that better?
Yes, sir.
I'm Darren Little. I live at 131 Laura Lane, P2. It's Piney Ridge neighborhood. My wife and daughter and I have lived there 8 years. And I'm against this idea of outlawing duplexes in P2 and P3. I can't speak to P3 personally, but for P2, because I live in the P2 area, right? Also, my mother moved here a couple years after we moved here, and she's living in a duplex in Tahitian Village, which aesthetically looks like, you know, is supposed to be configured for single family use, like only, right? You could maybe make that argument if you drove through the neighborhood, fail to point out, you know, the duplex where my mother lives. So, I don't know, I just feel, I'm sensitive to this idea of affordable housing. You need a place to live, right? And that's easier for some people and much harder for other people. And also, like, this is our first home. Now we have a mortgage. We used to have rent, right? We used to pay rent. Like, most people experience paying rent before they can scrape together a down payment and get into a house, get into a mortgage. So, and Piney Ridge is it's a real nice area that we have come to enjoy more and more over the years. It is of a rural character. There's a neighbor down the street that has 33 acres. So it's an oddball, I don't want to hesitate to call it a subdivision, just because of the scale of some of the lot sizes, right? And I guess my point is, like, I would want access to that if I was a renter, if I didn't have the money for down payment and I couldn't get into the house that was for sale. But what if there's this other option that isn't there now? There are no duplexes in Piney Ridge neighborhood that, to my understanding, there are no duplexes there now, but I wouldn't be opposed to one. It's not like suddenly you're a pariah if you like live in a duplex. And what's wrong with a person who lives in a duplex? And suddenly it's automatically gonna be an ugly building because it's a duplex? So there's this like semantic, you know, alchemy that transforms, you know, single family home. It's like this idealistic, beautiful picture, and then suddenly you say duplex, and it becomes like this ugly picture. I just don't buy the stigma that duplexes seem to incite in some people. So again, I feel I agreed with the gentleman with the mathematics background who raised this particular issue, spoke to the more growing unaffordability. People who don't want to live in their car, right? At the end of the day, they get off work, they want a roof over their head. Like, how's that going to happen? How can I be able to afford that? And like, what kind of neighborhood am I actually going to be able to access when I'm shopping for a place to rent? So again, I reflect on my mother's opportunity. She was going to live in this, she'd almost ready to sign a lease on this apartment complex behind Home Depot. I forget the name of the apartment complex, but you know, it's like this kind of like programmed existence. Like, okay, this is your life, this is your existential experience. If you're shopping for an apartment in Bastrop, here's this unit for sale. You have to live behind Home Depot. Just like this is your reality. But then, I'm sorry, going on too long, but my mother had this friend, she was a realtor, she was like, oh hey, there's this place I found in Tahitian Village, you should look at that, it's a duplex. It was like, the quality of life is so much better. So I guess in this particular topic of discussion, and this,
where my perception is that there's this overt stigma with duplex, like only bad people live in duplexes, or, you know, whatever. It's like we need to, like, you know, construct a moat around our privileged single-family community and keep, you know, those people out. And I just really have to object to that kind of thinking. So that's what I really wanted to say. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
While he's on his way up to the microphone, there's deed restrictions in that neighborhood that probably keep you from doing duplexes. So I don't think it would really matter if the city did this or not. I think your deed restrictions out there are gonna keep that from having, it'll say single family units only.
But it's not just my neighborhood, I mean, it's just like, it's a citywide issue, right?
Yeah.
With respect to P2 and P3. So again, I mean, my main point is just like,
Yeah.
what's wrong with duplex?
I understand.
You know, like suddenly it's gonna be a horrible piece of architecture with like people, I mean, it's like, well, I have a daughter, I don't want that creepy person who lives in a duplex, you know, living near me. Like, I don't understand the stigma that comes out of that.
I just wanted to inject real quickly that in Tahitian Village, the Property Owners Association has certain they have certain restrictions in certain areas of the subdivision. And so there's a portion of the city portion of Tahitian Village that are it's set up for duplexes. There's other portions within the subdivision that's more out into the county, but they also are set up for duplexes. But they're very, very strict on where they're going to be. That's correct.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have two more people signed up to speak on item 10A. Pablo, sir.
No,
No.
I'm sure he was first. It's a.
Pablo's
I
been
can read
here since the beginning. His agent got here.
Hey, Pablo Serna, 1104 Hill Street. And, you know, I think people have been hitting on that as the duplexes, as I pointed out before, are part of authentic Bastrop. They are here, they were here before. B3, what it is, they just weren't in such numbers. And I think that's the concern. I know Lindy Larson brought up a point about the farm street, that they could do duplexes, and it was like 70 duplexes or something like that, and that they added ADUs. You could get to 210 units. So I think that's not what we want. Obviously, we want to control density. I go back to, we also want to have some variety. Affordability comes in the form of variety. If you go to a restaurant and all that's on the menu is steak, and you can't afford but a hamburger, if there's no hamburger options, you're gonna have to go to another restaurant. And so, if you look at authentic Bastrop, again, that was the pattern that we looked at, and we tried to put that out everywhere. We looked at the variety of housing types. And that's the reason for keeping the duplexes in the mix. And to your point, I don't think duplexes are a bad one. I actually have one right behind our house that just went up, and it still hasn't officially opened up yet. But right behind us, very tiny lot in our backyard, they went from a single family home to a duplex. And we're not freaking out about it. I mean, it's a duplex, but it's only one in our whole block. The neighbor right next to me has a whole 1.25 acres. And so Bastrop's gonna get, what's gonna happen, I believe, what happened in other towns, in Austin particularly, people are gonna buy up these homes, these older homes, they're gonna mow them down, and they're gonna come back with a product. So I think this is a good way to protect against it. You know, if you say, well, what was there before? It was a single family, only single family can go up. So to Viviana's point about non-conforming lots, that's the answer for that. But I think what we're doing is we're cutting out affordability. I did have one idea, it's probably not something we could talk about here, but I'm seeing other towns do this, that they don't want to have happen, but at 1005 Pecan, where they took an old house down and they just got rid of it, come back with 2 new houses. You can incentivize developers to with options, with bonuses in some way, you can figure out what those can be, if they were to remodel the house, so they were to fix these houses. If you drive around Bastrop, down Hill Street or West Cedar, there's some really nice old homes there that just have fallen into disrepair. There's some really beautiful ones. Those could be options for, bed and breakfast. I know the old Pecan Inn right across from that house that got demoed, that's a bed and breakfast. It's 5 units right there. There's density right there. So we can do this, we just have to put it all together. We just say no density, this is how we're gonna do it, minimum lot size. We're kind of doing what my wife was saying, we're throwing out the baby with bathwater. I'd like to hope that we're all smart enough, we can look at this and say, yeah, we don't want a lot of duplexes, or we don't want a lot of density. Let's figure out where that needs to go.
All right, thank you. All right, Tom?
Tom Leibowitz, 1501 Hill. I wanted to talk about a few different issues here. So let's start with costs. It is certainly going to be cheaper to build one house that's got 2 families on it than to build 2 separate structures, because you have fewer walls, you need less insulation, it takes up significantly less in terms of materials. Housing is typically priced on a cost plus basis. So inherently, it will cost less to the builder and therefore cost less to the purchaser to have duplexes than to have 2 separate single families or 1 single family and an ADU. Now let's talk about property rights. Now we're talking about making major changes to what people can put on their land as a, I will say, somewhat knee-jerk reaction to one specific complex going on. Theoretically, I would expect us to not be in a position where one building gets taken down and one set of houses gets taken down, and we have a panicked emergency where we tell the entire city that we will no longer allow for a specific type of housing. What we are inherently doing here is we are telling people who want to have multi-generational households and live under the same roof that they can't do it. We're telling people who may have a lot and say, hey, I need income. So I want to live on one side and I want to rent out the other. That they can no longer do that because of one lot on Pecan Street. This does not seem like the way that an organized city is going to make decisions. If that's what we want to do, we want to start taking away people's property rights because we don't like what happens in one lot, then what's going to come next? I mean, this really seems like we're going overboard here. So, those are the pieces I wanted to say about duplexes. But more generally, duplexes can and often do look like single-family houses. If we're concerned about the character and authentic Bastrop, do you think we're better off with one freestanding structure that looks like all the other houses around it than we're having one single-family house with an ADU behind it? Which is going to look more out of character? Clearly the latter. So I don't know what problem we're trying to solve unless the problem is one lot on Pecan Street. And I would certainly prefer that that not be how we decide how we're going to make decisions.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Well, I would like to say that I would like to say that this one knee-jerk reaction to what happened on one lot in Bastrop, the point is we don't want what happened on that one lot in Bastrop to happen all over the city.
Thank you. All right, do we have anyone else? All right, we're closing the public hearing on item number 10, agenda item 10. Commissioners.
Okay, in Pecan Park, how many of y'all have been to Pecan Park and seen the duplexes?
And where's that?
Okay.
That's a
Behind Walmart.
That's a PDD.
That huge section, they cut down all those beautiful pecan trees to put in that subdivision.
That's a planned development district.
Yep, so if you take a right, as soon as you come into the neighborhood, you're gonna hit duplex road. It's all duplexes as far as you can drive. Yes, they look different than a single family home. I know you said they aesthetically don't, but they do. And it's not that it bothers me at all that they're there. They're there. They're in my neighborhood. It doesn't bother me. Okay? But my recommendation to the city is that we need to subdivide this, well, everybody keeps calling it Old Bastrop downtown. She used 4 different phrases, the art district, what were they? Well, there are sections, historic Bastrop, that has homes that were built in the 1800s that, yes, we don't want a developer coming in and tearing that down and putting in a quadplex. Yeah, we don't want that to happen. Well, it is happening on Pecan now. That's why they're having you call it knee-jerk reaction. It's like, we better hurry and get this done before this happens in more places. I don't blame them at all, and I do think we need to come up, I know P1 through P5 is what we have right now, but we almost need a P2.5. And that would be for a section of town that has these larger lots and these huge historic homes that are so beautiful, and we want to keep them that way. Is there something in place right now to keep the duplexes from going in places like that?
Not if it's zoned appropriately in the P2 or P3.
So my recommendation is we need to do some rezoning before we just throw it out that nowhere in P2 can you put a duplex. No, you know, nowhere in P3 can you put a duplex. Now, of course, in some places you just can't. Size isn't available. The only place where this is available is historic Bastrop. Those are the bigger farm lots. You got to go back in time. That's where they lived, and they called it a farm lot. And then they would drive out into the country, and then they come back home. You know, that's all they had. You got to look back at that time. It's different now. And like, what really hit me is that Austin developers don't care. They're going to come to this town. They're going to see an older home, and they're just going to plow it down, and they're going to put in a duplex right there. But if somebody wanted to do it out in the boonies, but it's still in the city limits, it's not going to hurt anybody. I don't think it would hurt anybody. That's me, that's my opinions. My recommendation is that we need to, between P2 and P3, we need to come up with some area of old Bastrop that needs to be cut out and say, no duplexes here. But everywhere else it's okay.
Well, there's a possibility
Every
of,
single family home's gonna say, I don't want one in my neighborhood.
it's not in my backyard.
To me, everyone's gonna say the same thing.
Miss Sylvia, is it possible to have a ordinance that would restrict how they're built and what they look like? I know we can't do a pattern book or anything like that. Does that fall in that area to where, I mean, I've seen some really nice looking duplexes, but you know, the issue most people have with them is like what you have in Pecan Park, when you have so many cars piling into it.
Yep.
And having further setbacks, more parking, required parking, you know, type thing. Is that possible to do?
No, sir, we don't regulate aesthetics.
Can't do it that way, huh? But never mind that.
Yeah, say something.
Yes.
You can, but it's certified local government.
There's a move afoot about a certified local government, and that's something that the city attempted before, wasn't successful, and they went down the Iredell district path, which then turned out to be an illegal process. So we've scaled back. So there's a historic committee that's meeting, we'll meet on Thursday, to talk through what a certified local government is. The concern that was raised then and continues to be a concern is the amount of government reach, i.e. regulating, you know, you may be in the district, you may be in that Iredell district that has those 4 names, and your house may have been built in 75 and it's a ranch style house, when all of a sudden we're telling you, you gotta replace it with this, you gotta replace it with this, you gotta replace it with this, and go through a certain process that perhaps wasn't there before. So we've got to figure out how to make sure, if we're going to do something like that, not to negatively impact folks who just want to repair a window, want to repair a door, want to do some simple maintenance and not get caught up in Historic Landmark Commission.
Thank you, City Manager. Madam City Manager, Commissioners, do we have anything? We got any
I gotta make a motion.
Yes, sir.
Punt it to the city council, let them figure it out.
It's gonna happen anyway, but you gotta put something with it.
Yes, as I told Commissioner Parsons, we need something, and we're gonna revisit this again on the 25th, but if the commission has any particular recommendations, whether that's duplexes are allowed if your lot size is blank and you can meet a setback of 20 per se, whatever the commission feels is quote unquote appropriate, and I think that's where Commissioner Estes was heading. Where it doesn't fit is when those setbacks are so little, and can be further reduced with a magic trick of the building code. And then we're turning into what was traditionally single family into multifamily.
So my recommendation is that your recommendation on our page here is too broad, just to remove duplexes from all of P2 and P3. I suggest that we find out in the sections of P2 and P3 where we should not allow duplexes, and then sections that will allow duplexes.
Can't do that.
Yes, you can.
It's impossible.
No, what's allowed in the zone is allowed in the zone. Now, you can regulate it with a lot size minimum, perhaps, but we'll have to explore that further.
Could I recommend that we send this back to staff and really concentrate on exactly that?
Is there a lot size minimum?
The lot size minimum, based on setbacks, for parking.
Sure, is there a recommendation?
I'm thinking, probably, whoever would be somewhere around, at least, it's a duplex, 2 bedrooms on both sides, I guess would have to be at least, I'd say 6 parking places to park.
So parking, we have an ordinance on 1 parking space per bedroom, so that's 4
Okay.
required. I'm talking
Did
about.
we pass that?
Yes.
They did?
Yes. I'm talking about the setbacks from other things or.
Right. Yeah, the setback would be from the, I guess, the building line, for that.
Front setback, we're kind of saying you have to match everything, but do you have an issue with the side yard setback?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And get your recommendation on doing that? What do you think? Keeping it?
Commissioner Watts, you gonna make the motion?
I thought it just did.
No,
It's close enough.
You were the one talking.
I'm an old man, I'm
motion,
tired.
So can you make the motion with some clarity so we can get a second?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to send this back for review with staff to come back with us in the next meeting, possibly on the 24th, with recommendations on how we could effectively limit where these duplexes could go based on lot size, based on parking requirements, and easement setbacks.
I second that.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Laundrie?
Yes, Chris Overton,
No.
Ishmael Harris,
Yes.
Keith Osborne,
Yes.
Gary Moss.
Yep.
Jeffrey Estes.
Yes.
David Barrow.
I'm gonna say no.
Thank you.
All right, let it show who was 4-2, yes versus no. All right, thank you guys. On to item 11. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for waiting. Yes, ma'am.
All right, so I do live in the village. Across the street from where I live is the city of Bastrop. My side of the street is not. Mauna Kea is just another street over, kind of going north. And it's duplex row, which is fine, that family that live there. Most of them are 3 bedroom, 2 bath, got parking for 4. Oh, sorry. Can anybody hear me? So, okay, sorry. So on Mauna Kea in Tahitian Village, which is within the city of Bastrop, it's the whole street, almost, Humboldt Street is duplexes. There's a few exceptions, but they're all 3-bedroom, 2-bath. There's parking in the driveway for 4 vehicles. The backyards slope down and back up into a ravine. They're fine, but I'm thinking they're 10 feet between each house, yes. But, you know, they're right there.
And they're in their own.
But it just happened, I mean, one side of the street has some single families, and there's a neighborhood that branches off a little bit, but for the most part, it's duplexes on that street.
The part that she's talking about has been, under the homeowners or under the property owners association. It has already been deemed as commercial, which will allow the duplexes. So from that point, all the way back up to 71, the people they can have there's certain restrictions with the commercial aspect to it, but they have the duplexes set up. You go across the street and you start heading back into the subdivision, it's not allowed. That's according to the Property Owners Association. Once you leave the city limits, there are a few limited areas within the subdivision that have been deemed as commercial so that they can put duplexes in. And so we do have duplexes further in the subdivision that blends in with the rest of the people, you know, the regular houses and whatever. I think that if you have a subdivision or you have one that's being created, you have the opportunity at that point to be a little bit more specific about, you know, where you can put them, what you can do, what you can't do.
All right, thank you. Okay, so can we go to item 11, please, for update?
Yes. So we've covered a lot of ground. Some of these are lot size minimum setbacks. They're shown here again. We still have ADUs. Again, council remanded that back to staff, figure out where they're going to be allowed. And again, is there a lot size minimum? We talked about uses in the residential district. We really have to talk about this public-private realm and whose responsibility things are. There's some cleanup to definitions. As we talked about impervious cover, we said we were going to bring back water reuse credits for folks that are capturing water and reusing it. We're talking about a historic district overlay, and if that matches with a certified local government. We've been working to create a black cultural district overlay, which is Walnut Pine in that area. And on the commercial side, this code says parking shall not be a site driver and market conditions should warrant. Well, I don't know about any of you, but market conditions vary. So we've got to talk about parking. We don't want anybody to be overparked. You still need some landscaping in those commercial areas. We want to talk about some of those uses that are allowed in the commercial areas. And then on the commercial side as well, is there an alternative to impervious cover? We really want to talk about lighting and light pollution. The goal is that we're supposed to be semi-dark sky, we're a bird city, and you're not supposed to pollute anybody else's property with your lights. We want to make sure that those are tight. Any drainage credits and any water reuse credits. So that's only the next little bit we have to go.
All right, thank you. Looking forward to it. No, really, I am. All right.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
A second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Thank y'all, Bastrop. Have a great night, and we really appreciate y'all coming out and sticking through with us till such a late night. Appreciate it.
Great job, y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank you.